closer to Ruth. The Giants and Diamondbacks do battle on Sunday. Curt Schilling tries to do what only Babe Ruth and Pedro Martinez have ever done in a Red Sox uniform. Also, we'll look back on the month of April, the good, the bad, and even the old. We'll touch them all for the entire month, a record-setting month in St. Louis, and bring you the web gems for the entire month when we look back on April. Time to take a deep breath. Baseball Tonight's on.
Welcome to Baseball Tonight, driven by Chevrolet.
Jacobs Field in Cleveland, the site of the Sunday night game between the Indians and the Texas Rangers. Out of the box we go here. Theme on Sunday, good pitching. Curt Schilling looking to go to 5-0. 6 innings, 6 hits, 3 earned. He didn't get his 5th win. He did get his first loss. We will look at entirely this game and Schilling's performance. Red Sox getting set for a huge series against those New York Yankees. They were dealing with the Toronto Blue Jays. Not a good day to be a manager in the Bronx. Joe Torre, gone.
Not a good day to be an umpire either.
Not if you're a AAA fill-in, which is what they had behind the plate. Not only was Torre gone, John Gibbons joined him. I think they called each other and said, who's this guy umping? Adam Dowdy. Yanks won it 4-1. And as the Red Sox and Yankees get set to do battle, Tim Purpura and the Astros get set to make a pitch to Roger Clemens. We'll hear from the Astros GM later in this program. Welcome, everybody. And this is not a 4 cars for 4 people type team. In fact, we all sit in the same seat. John Kruk, Jeff Brantley, and a welcome back to Steve Phillips. I'm Carl Ravitch. This is Baseball Tonight. We'll start with the Diamondbacks and the Giants because Barry Bonds is knocking on the door of Babe Ruth. Here we go, back in the lineup after an off day Saturday. Brandon Webb just outside, check swing, wild play. Estrada the third, Kevin Franzen's called out. Laz Diaz says Bonds actually went around. If Felipe's out, we got ourselves a double play here.
Well, anytime that you've got to face Brandon Webb, you know you're going to get that sinker, and that is the toughest pitch right now for Bonds to get to. His knees just won't allow him to get down there and dig that ball out.
Franzen was hoping that was a ball 4, but it wasn't. There's Barry in the 7th, 6th, zip. Double, left center. Randy Wynn's going to come around to score. Giants down 6-1. Bonds did pass Ruth. Third on the extra base hits list. Mark Sweeney to first. Tony Clark coming home. That's where Barry gets caught in a rundown. This is not a good deal.
Give up.
It's not a good deal. It's not a pretty sight for Barry when he gets to slow up right there, and then you will see the, well, not very crisp walking back to the dugout.
No, he actually came out and played in the field, and then they took him out when his at-bat was set to come up later in the game. So obviously that knee, and you could see, was barking. The D-backs beat the Giants 8-2. Johnny Estrada has a huge game. He goes 4 for 4. Not the only guy having a huge day on Sunday. So Barry Bonds passes Ruth for 3rd all-time extra base hits. No closer when it comes to home runs. Nationals and the Cardinals go from Bonds to Pujols, perhaps the heir apparent. Pick it up on the bottom of the 5th, Exton with 2 outs.
Played another tough play.
Always hustling. Always hustling. Keeps the inning alive. Next batter is J. Rod. Johnny Rodriguez, men on the corners. That reeks of a single. Cards tied at 2.
That right there shows you what hustle does for your ball club. Just an extra step out of the box by Eckstein. Runs crossing the board, and the inning gets ugly.
All right, Albert's starting to do his best Barry imitation. Walk for the 3rd time of the day. 0 for 1 with 4 walks.
Don't blame him.
1 intentional. I don't blame him either. Edmonds, good sign for the Redbirds.
Yeah, that's the key right there. If Jim Edmonds can swing the bat behind Albert, 2 for 5 today with 3 ribbies. If he can do that, Albert's going to get pitched to.
St. Louis roars back. Yeah, forget it. They win 9-2. Zimmerman hits a home run. It was his 4th. A little later, we'll look back at some of the key home runs from today. Cardinals team record 17 wins in April. Anyone worried about how the Cardinals were going to do? And obviously, Pujols was the key to that. We've heard about Griffey. We've heard about A-Rod. Johnny, is Albert going to ultimately be the guy that, if Barry doesn't pass Ruth and Aaron, to be the one that does it?
Well, I think he is. You know, the amazing thing is I had the opportunity to see a young Barry Bonds when he first came up to the big leagues, and when you watch the raw ability, it was uncanny. But but Barry struggled. I mean, his first 4 years in the big leagues, he struggled mightily. I mean, he had years of 220, 260, 280, 240. Albert's never struggled. He has never, ever struggled in the big leagues. He might have struggled for a week or for a series, but he's never had a year of struggling. 329 his rookie year, 314 his second year, 359 his third year, 331 his fourth year. I mean, this guy has never, ever struggled. And that's the greatest thing about him is he's so consistent and he's so talented and he knows his approach in the box better than anyone in baseball right now. And Barry, I always said that Barry's the best player I've ever played against. Albert might be the best I've ever seen, though.
Well, I'll tell you, I played against Bonds when he first signed in the minor leagues, came to the Pirates organization, Prince William, Virginia A-ball, and he was a loose, lanky athlete. He has the edge when it comes to athletic ability on Pujols early in the career, but the power production for what you get out of Pujols has been phenomenal. You see the numbers early on for Bonds. Pujols' run production's there, but I think the other big difference between these two guys is what they mean to their team. Albert Pujols is his team's biggest cheerleader. He's the leader. He's the guy that celebrates when somebody scores a run. He's cheering other guys on. He's the go-to guy on the team. Bonds was a go-to guy for production, but not so much for emotion and spirit on a team. That's, I think, part of the difference between these two stars.
All said and done, and Bonds plays the whole year. Who ends up with more intentional walks, Bonds or Pujols, do you think?
I think Pujols will this year. I mean, it's already started.
He's catching them.
He's
catching them. Coming in the rear view. Due up on this edition of Baseball Tonight. We showed you at the top. You toss a AAA umpire into a Major League game at the stadium, and both managers questioning the zone. None are there at the end.
Lee.
It happened on Sunday. What a Schilling, Maddox, and guys like Glavine and Pedro have in common. JB on the pitcher's new best friend. And April has all been in the record books thanks to the best players on the planet. The Web Gems of April are on fire. Don't miss them later.
Chevy makes the most dependable, longest-lasting trucks on the road. And now they're making it easier to drive one. Down payment assistance from Chevy. You choose a Silverado or Colorado, Chevy will help you get in it. Down payment assistance, a better way to buy or lease a new Chevy pickup. Chevy, America's #1 brand, America's #1 value. Enough said. Chevy, an American revolution.
Introducing Propel Fitness Water with calcium to help bones stay healthy and bodies in motion stay in motion. Propel with calcium. It's how Gatorade does water.
Hey, Fred, we need...
Oh, don't tell me. We need a whole new storage solution, need more capacity, better security. Ken wants recommendations on his desk ASAP.
How'd you do that?
I got the same email you did. I already called CDW. I took care of it.
Nobody responds like CDW. With fast answers to your technology questions, you get what you need when you need it. CDW. The right technology right away.
Oh, Fred, don't tell me.
Introducing Propel Fitness Water with calcium to help bones stay healthy and bodies in motion stay in motion. Propel with calcium. It's how Gatorade does water.
Introducing the new X Games inspired Moto X bike. Built for performance, 20-inch BMX dual suspension, front and rear disc brakes, and Moto X styled saddle and fenders. Ride Moto X style.
Contender champion Sergio the Latin Snake Morris strikes again to preserve his undefeated record against Archak, Shark Attack, Termelic Setian, plus a bout featuring Alfonso Gomez. The Contender Special Latin Warriors, live Thursday at 9:30 Eastern on ESPN. Baseball Tonight is driven by Chevy, baseball's #1 fan. Chevy, an American revolution.
The two numbers that I'd like to get are 200 wins and 3,000 strikeouts, and if I can stay healthy, I think I can manage to get those in the next 2 years.
Curt Schilling shedding light on the Sunday conversation. Red Sox in the double race. David Ortiz one shy of the franchise record for homers in the month. I don't think he's shy anymore. Takes the Red Sox nemesis, Scott Kazmir, out of the yard. Sox are down 2-1.
Hanger and a banger.
Ninth inning, interesting. Kazmir in line for the victory, but that Ray bullpen, shaky. Chad Orvella to Willie Mo Pena deep to left. The second of back-to-back home runs for the Red Sox. It's a 5-4 game. Youkilis never strikes out. Gets caught looking. He didn't like it. Next batter's Mark Loretta. And they strand him at second and third, and Ray's pride to hang on and win it by a score of 5-4. Joe Madden says he loves the entire package that Kazmir is exhibiting on the mound lately. 7 innings, an earned run, a walk, and a 10K performance.
Kazmir moves to 4-1 in his career against the Red Sox. He's handled that lineup pretty well.
Sure has. Not going to 5-0 is Curt Schilling. JB, what was the issues with Schilling from what you saw in this one?
Well, when Curt Schilling is up in the strike zone, that's when you know he's going to have some difficulty. Guys hit the fastball, they lay off of his split finger. Today, he was definitely up in the strike zone. I mean, this was not a typical Curt Schilling type ball game. And after they've lost 7 out of their last 10, you can see Ty Wigington here with the fastball. He pulls down the line. Schilling tries to come back with a split finger and leaves it in the strike zone. Wigington on base tries to overthrow this fastball to Toby Hall, and he sits all over it, deposits it into the left field seats. Schilling's up, split finger is really null and void. When Schilling is on, and you can see him facing Grady Sizemore here in his last start against the Cleveland Indians, when that ball is down, watch this split finger, goodbye. And that's after a 2-0 count, 3 consecutive pitches, and he sits Grady Sizemore back to the dugout. That's when Schilling is on. Down in the strike zone, then you can't recognize the split. Then he can help the Boston Red Sox win some ball games.
Yeah, the Yankees will avoid him. We'll get more into the Red Sox and Yankees series, which starts on Monday a little bit later on in the show. Blue Jays and the Yankees. Yankees coming into the game 9-0 in day games, which means they're 3-10 in night games. To the 5th, little controversy. Musina thought he had a called third strike on Hillenbrand. Home plate umpire is a AAA replacement, Adam Dowdy. Later in the at-bat, Musina had a few more words for Dowdy, in spite of the fact he had a strikeout. And gone. Dowdy looked to the Yankee dugout. Torrey came out and said, "What did you throw me out of the game for?" Bottom 5, bases loaded, A-Rod, 2 outs. There were 2 consecutive pitches that crossed the plate or didn't cross the plate in the same spot. No, that was it for John Gibbons.
Well, it looked like the umpire was having difficulty calling strikes when they were strikes and calling them balls when they were balls. He was back and forth.
Giambi sitting everything out. Everything he sees is leaving. Off Pete Walker, who he had been 0 for 12 against.
Where did that land? The upper deck.
A little facade.
Jeez.
No facade right now in Giambi's game, though. Look at the Yanks 4-1, and they come into the series with Boston in a virtual dead heat for first place. I think Jason Giambi has turned back the old clock, folks. You go back to the year 2000 when he won the American League MVP with Oakland. Anything about the numbers look similar to you?
Yes, 2 of the 3.
Yeah.
Homers and RBIs.
That's a good sign.
Some analysis for you right there, boys.
Rookie is back. Due up May Day. First of the month means the doors open for Houston to try to land the rocket. GM Tim Purpura on his game plan for getting Clemens to pitch and stay in Houston. Twins made the fewest errors, not necessarily the most web gems. Our basket full of gems overflowing. You'll see the entire month's work if you stay where you are.
Your life will change. Families will grow. Partnerships will be offered. And the unobtainable will be found. At moments like these, you need resources, both financial and personal. At Merrill Lynch, our financial advisors know there is something beyond just achieving wealth. It is achieving life. Total living. Total Merrill.
When we set out to build an entirely new type of motorcycle, we looked everywhere for inspiration. Except to convention. The 113 cubic inch fuel-injected Star Roadliner. We build it. You make it your own. Test ride one today at participating Yamaha dealers.
That is ESPN. This is mobile ESPN. This isn't like sports on your current phone, okay? This is a whole new phone service from ESPN with unique features like the fastest alerts and the sideline and real-time play-by-play on Gamecast. It's like getting into ESPN. Hey, Trey. Hey, buddy, did you get those headshots? I could just, cool? I'll just hit them up later.
You're going to have to.
I know.
Switch to mobile ESPN today. Call 1-800-GET-ESPN.
Plant closings, layoffs, dissatisfied with the 9 to 5. You can tell your boss to take that job and strike out on your own.
I finally hit the point. It's like, you know what? It's time to try something else.
Tonight on News Channel 8 at 10.
People are reinventing themselves with new jobs every day.
These people did. Maybe you could do it too.
When hard times come, you gotta start thinking of alternative ways.
Creating your own job. Tonight on live local late breaking News Channel 8 at 10.
Sexton Ford, your #1 new car Ford dealer, will earn your business with low, low prices. A new 06 Freestar, just $19,495 at Sexton. A new 06 Ford Fusion will go for $15,895. Jump into an 06 Ford Explorer 4x4 for just $24,795. Every car, truck, and van has drastic discounts, including used cars. An 05 Focus ZX4 at a low $10,995. And an 05 Mustang, $17,995.
Oh yeah, Sexton Ford is the talk of the town.
Welcome back to Baseball Tonight, driven by Chevrolet.
We're back, and Joe Morgan now joins us. Jacobs Field, side of the Sunday Nighter, Rangers-Indians. These two teams, Joe, sort of great examples of what this has been all about so far in baseball this season, and that's the power game. And you really think that April and baseball are defined by that?
Well, I think that's the way it's going. First of all, I think there are a couple of reasons for that. I think in one respect, I don't think the pitching has been consistent. They're making a lot of mistakes in the middle of the plate. Secondly, I don't think the pitchers pitch inside well enough anymore. When they come inside, they hit the hitter, so they're afraid to pitch inside for putting guys on base. But I think the biggest thing here is the technology. I've always said that the technology helps the hitters far more than it helps the pitchers. And I think what you do is a guy can make an out, go down in the runway, look at his at-bat, go back and hit again. So I really think that the technology has helped the hitters, and I think the pitchers are falling behind a little bit.
Sounds like you're talking about guys on the PGA Tour with their driving distances there, Joe, which I know you're very well versed in as well. Hey, the Texas Rangers, you were the guy that said, along with a lot of others, the A's are going to win the West. But here are the Rangers. They've improved their pitching. What do you think their staying power is?
Well, I think they're going to be better. I mean, they've got some injuries to their starting pitchers. They got some injuries to their young second baseman that they're taking over for Soriano. I do think they're going to miss Soriano in the long run, but they're going to try to do it with better pitching, better defense, and more Mark Teixeira and Michael Young. So I really believe that these guys are going to be pretty good, and Kevin Minch has definitely pitched in. So I think you're going to see Texas in the race for a while. And maybe I overestimated the A's because some of those guys are not going to have the big years that they had last year. And we'll see how that plays out.
All right, Joe, we appreciate it every Sunday here on Baseball Tonight, Monday on SportsCenter. Thanks, Joe.
Looking forward to it.
Okay. Houston taking on Cincinnati. Lance Berkman of the Stros trying to avoid getting swept here. Berkman, don't. Ding dong. Elizardo Ramirez dead. Berkman's got 29 RBIs, 10th home run of the season, 11th career at the Great American Small Park. 3-zip Burke. Trouble in center field.
You know what's amazing about this ball game is if Cincinnati wins this game, they've got 18 wins in April. If they win this game, that's unbelievable.
Did we all get Ryan Freeland in there?
Boy.
Adam Dunn. Are we smokestacks? No, but we are deep.
What did you call him a couple weeks ago? El Grande Donkey?
El Grande Donkey?
Yeah. Yeah.
That was off Taylor Buchholz. It's a 3-2 game. Buchholz buckled down, and then Brad Lidge showed up. Hey, Phil Garner, happy birthday. He's 57 on Sunday. Lidge is 8 for 10 in save chances, and the Astros, despite their struggles in the bullpen, are 8-1 in one-run games.
Taylor Buchholz, another young pitcher for the Houston Astros, comes up 6+ innings, only gave up 3 hits today. This is what the Astros need to have, especially with Lidge struggling a little bit.
And as Roger Clemens gets closing in on making a decision with the Astros, at least they can make an offer now. Not a bad way to end the month of April.
16 wins in the month of April. Perfect for the Houston Astros, setting a good impression on Roger Clemens. And Tim Purpura, the GM of the Astros, joins us now. May 1st, day 1 of the open door negotiations for Roger Clemens. First time you've had the opportunity, Tim. What can the Astros provide for Clemens that maybe the Yankees, Red Sox, and Rangers can't?
Well, I certainly think, we're a very competitive team right now. We've got a core of good young players that Roger is very familiar with. We've really been able to increase our offensive capabilities. We're playing great defense, which I think to any pitcher would be a key part of the equation. But more than anything, we're familiar to him. We're obviously got a family aspect of things and a good relationship with Roger and his family and Kobe. And it's part of I think a feel-good story that should and can continue.
If it's a money deal, Tim, can the Astros compete with those other teams?
Well, to a certain extent, yes, we can. If it gets into
$20 million.
I'm sorry?
$20 million?
To be determined. Certainly we were able to afford $18 million last year on a full season basis. Now you're looking at $20 million prorated. It's a little bit different story. So, I certainly think we're going to be competitive. We had a very good year last year. We were able to do some things financially that, give us some flexibility. So, and certainly Drayton McClain has always been very fair to us as far as giving us the ability to go out and expand the budget when a special circumstance arises. And this certainly fits that category.
Tim Purper, Astros GM, thanks very much for joining us on Baseball Tonight.
Thanks, Carl.
I think he was rehearsing with the, I'm sorry?
He gagged on that a little bit.
Braves and the Mets, Jeff Francoeur, 5 for his last 35, hitting a .185, and the second is single sparked, a 3-run inning, and then the sparking continues in the bottom of the third. It falls in, it scores Jones.
Great way to get started as a hitter. You struggle a little bit, get jammed, bloop one in, and then it takes off from there.
And it did take off. This little seeing eye singles scores Edgar and Chipper at 6-3 Braves now.
Well, for the Braves, this is a great day for Francoeur to do something like this, hitting the ball out of the ballpark, especially against their rivals, the New York Mets.
The Mets were up 7 in the East before this thing started. Francoeur went 4 for 5, and he also threw a web gem to end the game at us.
That kid can play some defense as well as swing the bat. He just has to get hot.
8-5 Braves win at Kyle Davies, the first Braves starter, believe it or not, with 2 wins, which is sort of a remarkable number. Francoeur, his 5 RBIs or 2 RBIs more than his previous career high. They're still buzzing about the web gem, and we take his web gem and deliver the web gems for the entire month of April.
A spectacular golden glove. And moving on without you. Pick me up off the ground. I need a new fixation. I'm tired of conversation. I know you won't let me down.
Throws! Got him! What a play! It's all working now, and makes the catch! He brought it back into the ballpark. And I don't know how many times we're going to see this, but I know it's going to be a lot. Woo!
Snuck a classic Jeter play against the A's in there as well, meeting new sensations. Yanks and Sox want in on Clemens. They begin dealing with each other Monday night. Peter joins us on the road for that series. And JB on how the veteran pitchers have used expansion to swell their win totals.
That's a winner.
Yeah. Oh, I'll take the code red.
That's not a prize. It's mine.
But it's with the prizes.
Not happening.
I'm not looking for trouble.
Well, you found it. Well, that got ugly.
John Smoltz is in a tough spot here,
Yeah,
Joe.
Chip, I don't know how he's going to get this out.
Well, here comes the brain trust for a little powwow on the mound. All right, well, looks like they got a plan. Smoltzy leans in, and he deals.
Got it. See ya.
Need little help this season? The Home Depot has great lawn-saving Scotts products, including Scotts Turf Builder, Roundup, and more. The Home Depot, proud sponsor of Major League Baseball.
Steroids can really damage your body. They can cause tendons to tear and bones to stop growing, damage kidneys, destroy the liver, even cause heart attacks and strokes. Not to mention something else they can do to a guy's body. Find out more about the dangers of using steroids. Visit drugfree.org.
He has shocked the world with his death-defying stunts. Live, David Blaine will attempt the impossible. Hold his breath for a record-breaking 9 minutes. David Blaine drowned alive. Monday, May 8th, only on ABC.
America's brand salutes America's best athletes. The all-new 2007 Chevy Tahoe.
On the road with Chevy, baseball's #1 fan. Chevy, an American revolution.
Welcome in the traveling man. Peter Gammons joins us, of course, each and every Sunday as he is on the road in Cleveland Sunday. But, Peter, so much of baseball is going to be focused on what happens between the Yankees and Red Sox. And the focal point, of course, is going to be Johnny Damon. Your impressions on that series?
Well, Carl, I find it very hard to believe that anyone in Boston would boo Johnny Damon. I mean, as a season ticket holder, there's one thing about Johnny Damon. His 4 years in Boston, never once did he ever fail to hustle. He played hard, so he left. There are a lot of people who leave for jobs to make more money. He was a good player for them, and he helped win them a World Series. I think the side story, which is going to have a more lasting effect as the season goes along, is Josh Bard catch Tim Wakefield. I mean, he's got 10 pass balls already. You know, people say, okay, to catch a knuckleball, you better be relaxed. Well, you know, it hasn't been very relaxing for Josh. Fenway Park against the Yankees, national television. This will be very interesting to see how this goes with Wakefield, or whether Doug Mirabelli wins his bet and is back with the Red Sox on May 15th.
Mirabelli made that bet. He'd end up returning to Boston?
Yeah, I'm probably the guy who's going to have to pay him off.
No, it was you. All right, Peter. Meantime, other big series. That's not the only one going on in the baseball universe. The White Sox and the Indians. And, of course, we've all seen what Cleveland can do with the bats recently. How do you see that series play out?
Well, it's a fascinating one. I mean, first of all, every day the White Sox have a great pitcher. So it's Javier Vasquez and then Mark Burley. But I think the most important thing in this series, the Indians are starting to swing the bats and swing them much better. But I think the most important thing is CC Sabathia returning and pitching on Tuesday. He was 93 to 96 in his rehab assignment. He should come out really smoking. The only thing is, as he was matched up on opening night, it's Mark Burley, who we all know is one of the 4 or 5 best pitchers in the American League.
Never fun to face Burley, let alone right around noontime when the sun can be a factor. Steve Phillips will be there to help call that game. All right, Peter, and the other one, welcome Cincinnati to a real legitimate race now that May's beginning, and they get the St. Louis Cardinals. Cincinnati kind of a litmus test here?
Well, I think it is to a degree. I mean, I think it's fascinating what they've done, and they've gotten much better pitching, I think, than we thought. Bronson Arroyo was going on Tuesday, who has been great. But I think what's St. Louis is a little bit like the White Sox, and I've been amazed what the Cardinals have done without Scott Rowland in there. But you look at them, and they come with a pitcher every. It's Mulder, it's Ponson. They have a good starter, but the energy of the Reds is fantastic. And to me, it all starts with one of my favorite players. I don't know Jeff's favorite players, Ryan Freel, who's just become the catalyst for the Reds. They've got a lot of big guys who can hit with Kearns and Dunn and all those guys. But to me, Ryan Freel's energy has been the most important thing on that team early in the season, and I think he's been a big factor. His old, Michael Young, who's a very good friend from the Blue Jays farm system days, was talking about him the other day, and he said Ryan Freel's one of the only players you'll ever meet that makes an entire team better, and he doesn't even play the same position every day.
That's right. He made a great catch on Sunday again. Peter, thanks so much. Enjoy the game Sunday night.
Thanks a lot, guys.
Back to the Twins and the Tigers. Pudge Rodriguez in Detroit. Oh, are they loose? They outscored the Twins 27-1 in the first two games. That'll keep you there. 18-1, they beat them Saturday. Rondell up the middle. Polanco diving backhand, barehand, Webb gem me.
Gold Glover Kenny Rogers, you don't see too many balls get by him.
It's the kind of stuff the Lakers used to beat the Suns on Sunday. Not just about baseball here. Marcus Timms, yickety-yak, a two-run shot off Kyle Loesch. Fourth of the year for Timms, 2-0 Detroit. Kenny Rogers, aside from that Polanco play, he was dominant, got 18 straight, giving up only 2 hits in 8 innings. Vintage pitching and defense, said Jimmy Leland. Vance Wilson sweeping off the bases with a double to the gap in right center. 3 are in. Tigers win it 6-zip. I'd like to outscore a team 33-1 in a 3-game set.
It's called domination, Carl. Domination.
Everybody's swinging the bat for the Tigers. You got Marcus Timms and Vance Wilson producing. You got Pudge Rodriguez. Everybody's hitting in Detroit.
Talked about the win total for Cincinnati. How about Detroit at 16-9? As Gardenhire said, they just killed us. Well, you really couldn't have scripted it any better for these Tigers. 16 wins in a month. And Mike Maroth, who has been there during the low times, in fact, lost 21 games a couple years ago, joins us now on Baseball Tonight. Mike, what has been the single biggest difference, you think, for the Tigers getting off to the start they had this year versus the last couple of years?
Well, I think we're playing healthy, and of course, we got a good mix of players. We got some veterans, and we got some young players. We got a good mix of 25 guys who can go out there and play the game right.
Smoke and mirrors, or do you believe you can compete with the White Sox? You're right there with them now.
I think so. I mean, we're playing well. Obviously, we played 3 games against them, and we got swept by them. We played them tough. I don't think we see them for a while, but hopefully when we play them again, we can give them a run for their money.
Well, congrats on a great start. In fact, you play the White Sox again come June. Mike Maroth of the Tigers joining us on Baseball Tonight.
Thanks, Carl.
Other good news for Detroit. Well, they wait for the White Sox in June. They get the Royals. I mean, it looks as if this is going to continue. And Maroth isn't exactly the wily veteran that Rogers is, but Rogers and maybe Roger Clemens and certainly Tom Glavine and Curt Schilling, what is it about those guys, Greg Maddux, that has allowed them to have success this year?
Well, Carl, I think when you look at some of the veteran players, they make adjustments throughout their career in order to expand the strike zone. And Mike Messina in spring training this year was facing Jorge Posada. Posada smoked a changeup off of him. That was a pitch that he thought was very good. And Posada said, well, I could see your fingers up on the ball. And he was holding the ball up like this when he released it. Posada saw the fingers up, saw change, and killed it down the right field line. So what Messina did is he moved his fingers over, very similar to the changeup that you see from Maddux or Glavine. Not quite an okay change, but very similar to it. And he's throwing this pitch right now. And what it's done for Mike Messina is it's made his confidence so much better on all of his other pitches, because now when he throws that changeup and they don't make contact, it makes him feel a lot better about every pitch that he throws. High fastball there to Rios, the ball that's sinking away from Overbay, and then this is a changeup there. That's the changeup we were just talking about. Another one there down in the zone, and of course the sinking fastball back to the outside corner. That's what you try to do as an older player, is continue to make adjustments. You see Kenny Rogers here facing Shannon Stewart. Fastball away, then he throws him a changeup. Same position, follows the fastball. Next at bat, Stewart moves up on the plate. He starts him inside. Stewart doesn't know what to look for. Backdoor breaking ball, comes back with another one. Stewart just has to lunge out after it just to make contact. The master of all of this, and this is the guy that everyone follows, and that's Greg Maddux. He starts it out with a fastball that starts off the plate and runs back to the corner. Every hitter thinks it's a ball. He throws a slider that starts on the plate and breaks off the plate. You swing, you miss. And then the equalizer, of course, is the changeup. Starts in the middle of the plate, and it goes straight down. You watch Greg Maddux pitch, you can learn a lot about the positioning of the game. 83, 84 miles an hour, and he's a winner.
He is a winner. Cubs have to feel good, too, without Pryor or Wood to be where they are. Due up on baseball tonight. April Power brings May expectations. We're going to do our own drafting. If you had the #1 pick in baseball, who would it be? Those two you saw have been the best in the game, and crank it up loud because Diamond Cuts, marrying rock and roll with America's pastime. Really amazing when you look back on an unforgettable month, how much you actually, well, forget.
Playoffs continue Friday on ESPN and Sunday on ABC.
No one ever said that's the greatest thing since sliced lettuce. Ladies and gentlemen, bread is back, and Ciabatta's in charge. Warm and toasty, soft and golden. It's the artisan bread in my ciabatta breakfast sandwich, bacon and cheese ciabatta burger, and bruschetta chicken ciabatta. Just 3 in my line of ciabatta sandwiches. So let's rise like yeast against the bread bashers. Let's lift our loaves and make a toast to toast. Because bread is back.
At DuPont, we've tested and tested to find the best way to protect your car's finish inside and out. The result? DuPont Car Care products, the only ones with Teflon to form a non-stick protective barrier, so dirt and mud have a hard time sticking. Now visit us online for great deals on DuPont Car Care products.
All-season radio tires, anti-lock brakes, electronic stability control. They made everything about the automobile safer, except the driver. Introducing the Safe Driving Bonus, new from Allstate. With cash off your renewal bill for every 6 months you don't have one of these. It's time to make the world a better place to drive. That's Allstate, Stan. Are you in good hands?
New extra strength Rolaids soft chews. They relieve heartburn fast, and now they do something more. Tasty, delicious, chewy, not chalky. Plus, now they do something more. New Rolaids stops heartburn, and now the pressure and bloating of gas. New Rolaids Plus Gas Relief has the most effective anti-gas medicine. Tums doesn't. New Extra Strength Rolaids Plus. Extra strength heartburn and gas relief, too.
ESPN presents a live night from Vegas. X Games gold medalist Mike the Godfather Metzger will attempt a death-defying backflip over the fountains at Caesars Palace. The Impossible Jump live at 8:30. Then, contender champion Sergio the Latin Snake Mora strikes again to preserve his undefeated record against Hardchack Shark Attack Termelic Setian. Plus, a bout featuring Alfonso Gomez, the Contender Special, Latin Warriors at 9:30. A live night from Vegas, Thursday at 8:30 Eastern, only on ESPN.
Welcome back to Baseball Tonight, driven by Chevrolet.
White Sox don't drive, they fly to Anaheim, and they're trying to get a 3-game sweep. They have rode the back of Jim Thome.
How important has he been in this lineup, especially with Konerko getting off to a slow start? Thome's crushing.
Seems to hit everything hard. The adventure Pasetnik scores from second. White Sox down 2-1, 23rd RBI for Thome. Top 9 tied at 5. They're going to pinch run. Pablo Ozuna's on third. Scott Shields in for Anaheim. That's a run. That's just managing. That's all that is. White Sox up 6-5. It ends that way. They sweep the series. Anaheim has lost 4 of its last 5. 17 up, 7 down. As Peter says, usually you get a great start out of the White Sox pitching. What a performance that Mr. Contreras put up in the month of April. Outstanding. The White Sox win it by a score of 6-5. You know, you look at #1 picks. We just got through the NFL draft. Surprise, Reggie Bush doesn't go #1. So, Crucky, in all of baseball now, all right, who would be your guy to build a team around? Your number one pick?
My number one pick is Albert Pujols. He's the best player in the game. He's 26 years old. He's a class act. You remember when he first came up, he played third base, he played some outfield. Now he's just basically a first baseman, and he's a Gold Glove caliber first baseman. And the class act that he is, what I would do if I was a Cardinal, if I was drafting him, I would say, here's an empty contract. We'll sign it. You fill in the numbers. That's how good he is.
You wouldn't know how good he's going to be.
Oh, yeah, you would. He came from A-ball. Look what he's done. He's never struggled.
Good GM, you'd be.
Yeah. Here's your contract. You got fired. What the heck? Here's your contract. Sign him.
Who are you opening the check for?
Not just because I'm a pitcher, but I believe that pitching is the currency of the game, and there you go, right there. Jonathan Papelbon. I picked Jonathan Papelbon. He's 25 years old. He's closing without even blinking an eye for the Boston Red Sox. Not only can the guy close, but the guy can start. He can give you both sides of the equation, and he can do it well, and he's fearless, and he can go out there and do it in that Northeast box.
And when the Texans didn't take Bush, the entire building and every entity went nuts. The fact that you're taking Papelbon number one, the entire building is going to go nuts again.
Well, as much as it pains me, I'm agreeing with Crucky on this one. I think Albert Pujols has to be the guy. Papelbon's 25. He's going to be 26 years. Albert Pujols just 26 years old. 5 consecutive years of 30 homers or more. 5 consecutive years of 100 RBIs or more. His defense has gotten better. Base running's gotten better. His plate discipline's better. And here's the thing. For your team, you want your star player to be the hardest worker on the club. That's what Albert Pujols is. He'd be my number one pick. I know.
I'm taking this tape off.
But I'm not giving him a blank contract. I can tell you that.
Well, he's such a class act, he wouldn't overdo it. He wouldn't be like some that would say, give me $200 million. He would just say, give me $100 million for 10 years like he got, and I'll be happy.
I thought $250 was the going rate.
Another great first baseman.
He's worth whatever they pay him.
Todd Helton missed most of April. Remarkably, the Colorado Rockies are 10-3 away from home. They win again on Sunday. They're all part of Diamond Cuts.
Bonds, it's a high drive. Out of here! Game tied! 711.
Watching you, feeling more, breaking through an open door, bring you rich.
It's out of here! And that's a record-setting home run for the month of April in the big league for Albert Pujols.
I've got family, I've got time, I've got hands to make it right, and I've got love and I will survive. Well, I've got anger, and it's in my soul. Well, I've got rest, but I've got control. Well, I've got patience to roll my toes, light my fire, and send it roll.
That ball is absolutely crushed. Number 400 for Piazza. There goes Mitch again.
Due up on baseball tonight, the final day of April, a handful of guys hit their first ever home runs this season. The Cardinals scored 9. Pujols didn't go deep, so who did? We'll show you in Touch 'em All, and defense wins the games. The top 5 from the final day of the month are on the way.
If Satan drove a race car, even he'd complain about the scorching heat on the racing oval. Where in-car temperatures reach 130 degrees, improper hydration can have disastrous effects.
At Charlotte 99, I got so dehydrated I started seeing double. I hit the wall at nearly 200 miles an hour. 200 miles an hour, and I forgot what happened after that.
You could just see the heat taking its toll. And I tell you, he was sweating buckets.
In those heat chambers, drivers can lose up to 10 pounds in a race.
The challenge? Get that into this and keep drivers hydrated.
In 2002, we worked with Matt and his crew to develop the Gatorade in-car drinking system, or GIDS, a device that hydrates drivers with hands-free Gatorade that stays cold for up to 6 hours.
Matt never gave back the GIDS. The next year, he won the Cup.
I always did like science class.
From Charlotte to Chicago and beyond, the games never end, and the legend continues.
That is ESPN. This is mobile ESPN. This isn't like sports in your current phone, okay? It's a whole new phone service from ESPN with unique features like Gamecast and the fastest alerts and everything else you need to manage your fantasy teams. It's awesome. That's Neil Everett. Neil! Hey, it's Matty B. Any anchor jobs open? I got the microphone. Anything you can do? Put in a word for your buddy? No?
Switch to mobile ESPN today. Call 1-800-GET-ESPN.
All right, cool. Just call him.
You know who the very first rock star was? The guy who invented fire. Yeah, right from the very beginning, it's been good to be smart. Fast forward to today. Is it still good to be smart? Of course it is, because the world is complicated and competitive and sometimes cruel. And being smart protects your family. Making smart choices preserves your money. And making smart decisions just leads to a better life. So it makes sense, doesn't it? That given a choice, people would want a smart car? A car with remarkably clever features and design. A car with the very latest in technology? Yeah. Wouldn't people want a car whose most brilliant characteristic is that it's just so well made? Well, we think so. Toyota, a great way to keep moving forward.
Welcome back to Baseball Tonight, driven by Chevrolet.
Well, congratulations on a very different April it has been in Houston. Remember last year? Welcome Detroit, Cincinnati, Milwaukee to May and having games that mean something. Tim Kirkshin always tries to find the meaning in what's gone. In April alone, over 840 home runs were hit entering Sunday, the most in that month since 2001. And here's Tim with other things that sprung up this month.
It was quite an April. The Devil Rays walked 14 Yankees and held them to 2 runs, a first by any team in 52 years. Prince Fielder's 2 steals equaled his father's career total. We had a Penny Marshall pitching matchup, and like all months, we had lots of home runs and history.
It's out of here! A 2-1 pinch hit home run, and the Mets take the lead for the first time tonight.
Julio Franco, age 47, became the oldest major leaguer ever to hit a home run. Detroit's Chris Shelton became the first American leaguer to hit 9 homers in his team's first 13 games.
Deep right field, it might go! It's out of here!
With his 14th home run Saturday, Albert Pujols set the major league record for most homers in April. Kevin Mench homered in 7 straight games, 1 short of the major league record. Mench's 7 came after it was determined that his size 12 shoes were too small.
It's an inside the park home run! Matsui does it again!
Kaz Matsui became the first player to hit a home run in his first at-bat of his first 3 major league seasons. No one had ever done it in his first 2 seasons. Manny Ramirez hit his 200th home run with the Red Sox to become the 4th player ever with 200 home runs for 2 franchises. Ken Griffey Jr. passed Mickey Mantle on the all-time home run list with number 537. Mike Piazza hit number 400, and Luis Gonzalez became the 21st player in history to hit 300 home runs and 500 doubles. Jimmy Rollins' hitting streak ended at 38 games, the 8th longest in history, the 4th longest in 84 years. Jim Thome scored a run in his team's first 17 games, the longest streak to start a season since 1900.
Hello, Chicago!
But it wasn't all about hitting. Preston Wilson became the first player since Jack Clark in 1989 to strike out 11 times in 3 games. Greg Maddux became the 2nd pitcher since 1900 to reach 320 wins before his 40th birthday, and the 3rd oldest pitcher to win his first 5 starts of a season. Derek Turnbow became the first pitcher to save his team's first 4 games since the save rule became official in 1969. It was a month for injuries. Mark Pryor, CC Sabathia, Eric Gagne, Ben Sheets, A.J. Burnett were among an all-star team of pitchers that went on the disabled list. So did first baseman Derek Lee with a broken hand. It was an April of pain, but it also was a month of pleasure.
All right, Tim, thank you. Pain for Gary Sheffield as well. As you take a look at the leaders, Buster Olney saying that Sheffield not likely to play in that Yankee-Red Sox series beginning Monday. Pujols is 32 RBIs, the most he's ever had in a month in his career is 32. The Braves pitchers aren't so very good. That hasn't stopped Thompson, who leads all of baseball. Tejadas hitting .422, and Corey Sullivan swiped his 5th triple Sunday. And as JB said, I'm taking Papelbon with my #1 overall pick. That being said, April just about to be set. Let's go over the biggest surprises, disappointments, and guys or teams that you think most likely to bounce back. We'll start with the biggest surprise. You're first.
The Colorado Rockies, Carl. They're 15-10. They're in first place in the National League West, and they're doing it with pitching, and especially their bullpen. The bullpen's 8-1 with a 3.24 ERA. That's how come they're in first place in the West.
Success too. 10-3 on the road.
Very good team.
16-9 with the Detroit Tigers and Jimmy Leland. Anybody that can put together a big enough tirade to make Pudge Rodriguez say, I'll play first base or third base, I'll even DH. Just give me the glove. Chris Shelton, these guys were hitting the ball as good as anybody.
And my biggest surprise, now that the Mets have a general manager, Omar Minaya, they're winning 16-8 so far this year. Listen, they've got the best pitching in baseball and a deep and versatile lineup. They're scoring runs in a lot of different ways. It's been a great start for the Mets.
It all starts at the top. Biggest April disappointment.
Chicago Cubs. Kerry Wood and Mark Pryor, the two guys. The Cubs are 13-9. Where would they be in this division if Wood and Pryor had their 5 starts apiece like Greg Maddux has? They could be in first place. Big disappointment them two guys aren't in the lineup.
Who did the scouting report on Kenji Jojima? This guy doesn't know any of the American hitters. He's not calling a very good game. He's killing King Felix, the stud that was supposed to be their best pitcher in Seattle coming out of spring training. Something went wrong with this deal.
Well, my biggest disappointment is the pitching for the Minnesota Twins. Johan Santana has 1 win so far this year. Carlos Silva, Brad Recchi, each have given up 10 home runs. They have the worst pitching ERA in baseball, a team built around their pitching staff.
That is remarkable. And how about most likely to bounce back?
The Atlanta Braves. Anytime you think you count them out, here they come. Chipper Jones is healthy. Jeff Francoeur had 4 hits today. Looks like he's going to get hot. They still have Andrew, and they still have the guy in the dugout that makes a difference in games, and that's Bobby Cox.
Barry Bonds thrives on adversity. The more you beat him down, the more you talk bad about him, the more you make him mad, the better he gets. If you pat him on the back, he's not going to do good. Keep making him mad, keep beating him down, and this cat will keep hitting him over the fence.
Well, my team most likely to bounce back are the Oakland A's. The talent is there. This team has proven it can be streaky. Last year, remember, 15 games under 500, came charging back into the race. The talent is there. It's about starting pitching. They've had a lot of injuries. They're going to get it going.
May hopefully will be an improvement. The most disappointing thing I think we all agree that we did see, though, was the minor leaguer Delman Young throwing his bat at an umpire. All right, let's take a look at the balls that left the building. Time to touch them all here. Kyle Davies for the Braves, actually the first Braves starter with 2 wins, which is somewhat stunning. Beltran's first home run since April 13th. That was his 4th. Jeff Francoeur off Jorge Julio, his 4th.
Middle end.
Fastball in. Don't they know that yet?
What a huge game for Francoeur. So many were ready to throw dirt in the old casket. Lance Berkman off Elizardo Ramirez ties his career high for home runs in April.
Remember, they didn't have him to start the season last year. Berkman has swung the bat, a big part of the offense in Houston.
The Big Donkeys helped the Reds get off to such a flying start. Adam Dunn ties a career high for home runs in April with 9.
He's got to love it.
He can't like that nickname, though.
Oh, he loves it. Love. The noise thing, man. Well, Phillips' first this year, Andy, and his first since April of 05.
Clearly no relation.
No, clearly.
He can hit.
Jason Giambi off Pete Walker.
Watch this one hit the facade.
Oh, my goodness.
That is the Baseball Tonight word of the day. Curtain call. Yanks win it 4-1. Jay Roloff, Oliver Perez's first home run against the Buccos since 2002. Phillies win it 5-1.
We could have tossed Oliver in there as one of the bigger disappointments of the first month of the season, too. He's been terrible.
I don't want to mention Carlos Zambrano, but
someone picked him to be Cy Young. I wonder who that was.
El Caballo's 4th in his last 5. Brewers win it 9-zip.
Still early.
They had their way this weekend. Nick Swisher off Scott Ellerton.
Where's he from?
Number 10.
Where's he from? West Virginia.
Nick at Knights 1 shy of the team record for home runs in April. McGuire in 97. Big Papi.
Hanger.
Grande Pape. Set a Red Sox record for home runs in April.
I tell you what, the things you can learn on this show.
Everything's grande in Albert's world. And here's your look at April 2006. He played 3 more games than the Royals team, but he had the same number of home runs. He had only a fewer at bats, 81 versus 722.
So does that mean Albert's good or KC's terrible? I guess it's a combination of both.
We're a positive crowd. We'll go with Albert's being good.
Very good.
Due up on baseball tonight. The countdown will begin. The top 5 web gems as we continue on a Baseball Tonight.
Baseball Tonight is driven by Chevy, baseball's #1 fan. Chevy, an American revolution. And in part by Castrol GTX. Don't let sludge hold your car back. Get Castrol GTX.
When it comes to fuel efficiency, you may think you know Chevy.
But here are some things you may not know.
9 out of 10 cars Chevy sells get an EPA estimated 30 highway miles to the gallon or better.
And Chevy's thought of ways to save fuel by running on 4 cylinders for efficiency.
Or 8 for power.
Then there's Silverado Hybrid.
The first full-size hybrid pickup.
Chevy, America's #1 brand, America's #1 value. See your local Chevy dealer today.
With sludge in your engine, it feels like something's holding your car back.
Let me guess, 16. Yeah.
That's why there's Castrol GTX. Compared to leading oils, it's the best protection against thermal breakdown and maximum protection against sludge buildup. Don't let sludge hold your car back. Get Castrol GTX.
It's more than just oil. It's liquid engineering.
Michael Crawford, 3.
The medicines, the plastics, the materials, things that make modern life modern come from one place, chemistry. Learn more at AmericanChemistry.com.
You okay? I'm working like a dog. I run down to the print department, scan color documents, make color prints, run back, get approvals, run up to 5 and have to fax stuff all over the place. But I think I'm getting noticed. Is it rough by you too?
Not that rough.
What do you mean?
There's a color multifunction machine on my floor. I scan, copy, print, and fax and color from there. There's nothing to it.
Don't do this to me.
Xerox Color. It makes business sense.
Come on.
Introducing the new X Games inspired Moto X bike. Built for performance, 20-inch BMX dual suspension, front and rear disc brakes, and Moto X styled saddle and fenders. Ride Moto X style.
Deep to left. Yastrzemski will not get its home run.
The Yanks and Red Sox are ready to rumble.
It's over. The Boston Red Sox have won the pennant.
Well, we asked the question, the best to play for both New York and Boston on Baseball Tonight at 12:30 in the afternoon on Sunday, and overwhelmingly, Clemens cleaned everyone's clock. Our coverage of the rivalry renewed will start Monday at 5 o'clock Eastern Time on ESPN News. The game is at 7 Eastern, and we'll follow that game with Baseball Tonight. Here are your gems, the top 5 from a Sunday. Mets and the Braves. Castro, Francoeur, 4 for 5 offensively with a homer, and he helps out. There are 2 men on at that point, boys.
Francoeur kind of day.
It was. Jeff's a hero on Sunday. The Braves win it 8-5. Web gem number 4 go to the Brewers and the Cubs. This guy's been so solid at shortstop. Ronnie Cedeno to the other side of the bag.
What a play!
Well, that's some great range right there by Cedeno and quick feet.
He helped prevent the Brewers from getting into double digits. They won the game 9-0. Web gem number 3, Dodgers-Padres. Padres can't align or Khalil Green. Padres trailed this game 5-0 and roared back and won 6-5 as Denny Baez blew up. 6-5, Padres win it. Number 2, Web gem, Mets and the Braves. Reyes, no way. No way. Giles can get down the line.
He can get down the line, but Mr. Reyes has something a little bit of action to throw with there, Carl.
Braves win at 8-5. Number 1, Twins and the Tigers. Polanco up the middle with the flip and then the barehanded catch. Tigers end up winning the game by a final score of 6-0. Don't forget, everybody, Yankees and Red Sox rivalry renewed. Monday, we'll see you 5 o'clock Eastern time on ESPN News. With Steve Phillips, Jeff Brantley, and John Kruk, I'm Carl Ravitch. Thanks for watching, folks. This edition of Baseball Tonight. Now out to the ballpark we go. It is Jacobs Field. Big offensive explosion potential. Rangers, Indians. John Miller has the call.
Okay, Carl. Sunday Night Baseball tonight coming from Cleveland's Jacobs Field, where the key word is likely offense, provided by some of the best young stars in the game. Two of the game's youngest and most explosive teams, the Rangers and the Indians, both loaded with potential and looking to take full advantage of it. After last season's playoff drive, this Cleveland team is looking for validation. Coming close this year will not be enough for Grady Sizemore, Victor Martinez, Travis Hafner, and Johnny Peralta. The Indians intend to shake up the Central. Youth is served Texas style on the Rangers, and that means big, as in big bats and big numbers, such as 43 home runs last year for Mark Teixeira, the batting championship for Michael Young, 86 home runs the last 3 years for Hank Blaylock. And no one is hotter right now than Kevin Mench with 7 homers in his last 8 games. Two teams who feel their time has come, who realize you're only young once, and they don't intend to waste it. Texas, Cleveland, tonight on Sunday Night Baseball. ESPN Sunday Night Baseball, presented by Taco Bell. It is a beautiful night for a ball game in Cleveland. We're at Jacobs Field, where the fans are gathering for the rubber match of the series, the Texas Rangers of the American League West and the Cleveland Indians from the American League Central. Hello, everyone. I'm John Miller with Joe Morgan, and welcome to Sunday Night Baseball. And we've got some players here tonight with some action promise, because they may not be as famous maybe as some of those guys in the Yankees and the Red Sox and whatnot, but that doesn't mean they're not real good. Guys like Michael Young, batting champion last year, Kevin Mench, who's been red hot lately, Hank Blaylock, the third baseman, he's also sizzling. This Ranger ball club, they can throw out the offense, Joe.
And you also forgot to mention Mark Teixeira. I think might be the year that Mark Teixeira becomes the most valuable player in the league. He is a power hitter, and he's a switch hitter. I think that's the key. I mean, he always has an advantage over the pitcher, and I think he also knows his role now in this ball club. He is the leader, and I think this could be his year.
All right, 43 home runs last year for Teixeira. But the Rangers, it seems like they hit a lot always, but their pitching has been a problem for many years. Peter Gammons is here with us with more on the Texas pitching situation.
Well, John, you're right. Their traditional problem has been pitching, notably starting pitcher. Last year, they had the 3rd worst starters ERA in the league. So 28-year-old general manager John Daniels started to try to reconstruct the starting staff. He signed Kevin Millwood, traded for Adam Eaton, who'll be back in 2 months. Then, since the end of spring training, he traded for Robinson Tejeda, who'll make his debut for the Rangers on Tuesday against Tampa. He got John Karanka, and he also got tonight's starter, Vincente Padilla. For the first time in 3 years, Texas's starting pitching seems to be stabilized. As Buck Showalter says, we are very close to being very good.
right, Peter, and Vicente Padilla not too long removed from being a National League All-Star. But he's got to have to be awfully good tonight, Joe, because you want to talk hitting? Well, let's talk Cleveland Indians. They are hitting over 300 as a team. They lead all of Major League Baseball, 6.5 runs a game. Their catcher, maybe the best hitting catcher in the game, Victor Martinez, hitting 382. They got a first baseman nobody's ever heard of, Ben Broussard. He's got 12 RBIs in the last 3 games. And I'm probably leaving somebody out, Joe. I must have forgotten somebody.
You did. The most feared hitter in this lineup is Travis Hafner. No one wants to face him with the game on the line. He's a left-handed power hitter, but guess what? Left-handers fear him just as much as right-handers do. This is a good offense. This is a great team.
All right, so the Cleveland Ball Club, and they are rolling offensively. They're also trying to get their pitching going. Tonight, Jake Westbrook, he won 15 for them last year, and they have high expectations this year. Westbrook coming in for the bullpen. He's about ready to throw that first pitch. We'll come back. Rangers, Indians, right after this.
Think you know all there is to know about getting your cholesterol right? You may be wrong, because getting bad cholesterol down might be just part of the equation. You may also want to get your good cholesterol up. Even more surprising, this cholesterol medicine does both. Crestor. Crestor, along with diet, can lower bad cholesterol by up to 52%. But Crestor also raises your good cholesterol. Down with the bad, up with the good. Is Crestor right for you? That's between you and your doctor. Crestor is not for everyone, including people with liver disease and women who are nursing, pregnant, or may become pregnant. Simple blood tests are needed to check for liver problems. Tell your doctor about other medications you're taking, or if you experience muscle pain or weakness, as they may be a sign of serious side effects. Down with the bad, up with the good. Talk to your doctor about Crestor.
If you're without prescription coverage and can't afford your medication, AstraZeneca may be able to help.
Got a car for sale? Want to get a lot of people looking at it? Then list it on Autotrader.com. Because Autotrader.com puts your car in front of the largest number of car buyers anywhere. There's thousands in your area, and they're ready to buy now. Which is why Autotrader.com can help you sell your car just like that. Autotrader.com, the smarter place to buy and sell a car.
A John Deere 100 series can be yours starting at $13.99. Welcome to the John Deere neighborhood. Now available in more stores than ever. See the full line at johndeere.com.
Put your checkbook to better use. With a Visa check card, you can pay bills like phone, cable, and utilities online or by phone. You may never write a check again.
Well, it's been a long day for Strahan.
What a lovely shot!
Yeah!
Hey, maybe it's your deodorant. Let's start over. No, this time start with Right Guard Gel. No other gel is stronger. Right Guard. Start right and right.
You guys have to make sure you have plenty of room, okay? Slide on your donut. Get yourself loose. Heavy enough for you? There you go.
This is how a pitcher hits.
Boys and Girls Clubs is the official charity of Major League Baseball. Together, they create a positive place for kids.
ESPN Sunday Night Baseball is presented by the Spicy Chicken Burrito on Taco Bell's Big Bell Value Menu. Think outside the bun. And in part by Chevy, baseball's #1 fan. Chevy, an American revolution. Crestor. Visit Crestor.com and ask your doctor if Crestor is right for you. And Autotrader.com, the smarter place to buy and sell a car.
The Texas Rangers getting ready to come to bat here. The Rangers and the Cleveland Indians in the rubber match of their series on a great night here at the Jake. Let's take a look at the Rangers batting order presented by Taco Bell. Gary Matthews Jr. is in center field. Then Michael Young, the batting champion last year at shortstop. He might win another one this year. Mark Teixeira, 43 homers, over 140 RBIs last year, first base. Phil Nevin, the former National League with the Padres, the DH, 21 batted in already. Hank Blaylock, third base, 19 batted in, hitting .333. Then Kevin Mensch is in right field, 7 homers, 22 RBIs, all in the last 9 games. Brad Wilkerson, former National Leaguer, in left field. Mark DeRosa plays second base tonight, just back from the minor leagues. And Gerald Laird is the catcher, batting ninth. And Kevin Mensch, as we mentioned, has been so hot lately. And let's bring in our colleague Sam Ryan for more on Kevin Mensch.
And John, you talk about Kevin Mensch's recent hot streak. It may be the result of this, his shoes. This is what he used to wear. He used to wear a size 12. Now tonight he's wearing a 12.5. He actually made the change on April 16th. He told me he started having foot problems last year, didn't think anything of it. Then in spring this year, the foot problems returned, including turf toe. So he went to a podiatrist. The doctor said, hey, you need bigger shoes. Simple as that. Well, check out the numbers since switching shoes 11 games ago, batting .386, 7 home runs, as you mentioned, John, 22 RBI. Just a footnote there.
Man, it's the shoes.
I haven't heard as much about shoes since Big Bob Lanier's shoes had the size 22 or something.
Yeah, and what, he was wearing 21.5 before that and was in a shooting slump? There's Buck Showalter, the Rangers manager. His Rangers come up now, and Jake Westbrook throws a called strike to Gary Matthews.
And that's exactly where Westbrook wants to keep the ball down with his sinker, and that was a perfect pitch.
1 strike to count. In on the hands, a little cutter and a foul, and it is 0-2. Now Westbrook's numbers, and they're not pretty right now. Westbrook has made 5 starts, only 2 wins, and look at that ERA, Joe. That's pretty ugly. And the high breaking ball, strike 3.
Well, you do not want to pitch up there. He got away with it with 2 strikes, but that's not where he wants to throw it. Let's take a look at Westbrook. We've talked about him throwing a sinker, but he's going to have to keep the ball down. I mean, he's been getting too much of the plate lately, and that's why his earned run average was 5.52. But if he's going to throw a lot of high breaking balls, he's also going to have a problem with this Texas team. But if he keeps the ball down, I think he can be very successful tonight with a lot of ground balls.
Here's Michael Young, 359 average, and that's a strike on the outside. It is 0-1. One thing we know for sure, as you see Young's numbers for the season, Westbrook is very good in this ballpark, generally better than on the road. And a slow chop. Tough play. The throw in the dirt and pulled out by Broussard. Vasquez gets Michael Young out, number 2.
And that was a far more difficult play than it appeared. If he stops to set himself, I think Young would have beaten that ball out. Remember, this ball is chopped right either off the plate or right in front. Now watch him, how quickly he gets rid of it. He just gets rid of the ball very quickly. He still barely gets him. If he sets himself, he stops, sets himself, and tries to fire, he would not have been able to get Michael Young. Nice play by Vasquez.
So 2 down, and here is Mark Teixeira, and that is a called strike. Teixeira, so far this year, hitting .295, 3 homers, 12 batted in. So his numbers are not yet speaking as loudly as we'll expect them later on in the summer. The guy drove in over 140 runs last year.
And that's why, John, I think that this could be his year to be the most valuable player in the league, because I think Texas is going to play well, and he is definitely going to be the guy that leads them.
And he chases the high one. Strike 3. A quick inning for Westbrook.
All strikes.
Now, the Cleveland Indians are coming up against Vicente Padilla. Grady Sizemore when we come.
Mills Chevrolet just got a $50,000 authorization to buy your trade-in. Get $500 extra for your trade. Mills just got approved for a special fund of over $50,000 to assist in buying your trade. Get an extra $500 when you trade any year, make, or model on a new or certified used vehicle. Mills is the only GM dealer authorized for this special trade assistance fund. Act now while the money's on hand, because when the extra money is gone, it's gone. When the other dealers won't, don't, or can't, remember, if anyone can, Mills can.
It's been 7 years now since Henry Potter was diagnosed with cancer. before that, the joys of family and farming filled his mind. They still do. Trinity, a better experience.
Playoffs continue Friday on ESPN and Sunday on ABC.
Introducing the new X Games inspired Moto X bike. Built for performance, 20-inch BMX dual suspension, front and rear disc brakes, and Moto X styled saddle and fenders. Ride Moto X style.
And there's Grady Sizemore getting ready to lead off here for the Cleveland Indians with Todd Hollingsworth on deck. Let's take a look at the Cleveland batting order now, presented by Taco Bell. Grady Sizemore in center field, hitting over 300. Then Todd Hollingsworth, a late addition into the lineup, hitting over 400. Going to be Johnny Peralta, the shortstop, off to a slow start with the bat so far, with 15 batted in. Travis after the slugger, 325, 7 big flies already. He's the DH. Victor Martinez, look at that average, 382, 20 batted in. And then Ben Broussard, 413. He's had 12 RBIs in his last 3 games. Ronnie Belliard hitting 262, the veteran second baseman. Ramon Vasquez is at third base, giving Aaron Boone a breather. And Casey Blake in right field, and he's had a hot bat early on this year. It's easier to just say who doesn't have a hot bat so far. They're up against Vicente Padilla, and Padilla is pitched well for the Rangers and should well have more, in fact 2 more wins than he has. The bullpen has not been able to hold a couple of leads that he handed him. 1 strike to count to Sizemore, and 1 ball, 1 strike to count now.
Well, if you look at the Rangers, they're 12-12, and their closer Cordero had blown 5 saves. They did win a couple of those ball games after he blew the save, but it really wears on you when your closer can't close out a ball game, especially when they have a 2 or 3 run lead. They were not all 1-run ball games.
He could well be 4-1, which would look pretty impressive. He'd be pitching to tie for the league lead. In fact, the major league lead wins tonight. That ball into the alleyway, right center field. Metch is going to have to go chase it. Sizemore has lots of speed, digging for second. He's rounding second, heading for third. Here comes the relay, and he is in with a triple.
Therein lies one of the things that gets Padilla in trouble. He was ahead in the count. He did not try to get Sizemore to chase anything. This is a high fastball. Look at the target. Right there in the middle of the plate. Right in the middle of the plate with a 1 ball, 2 strike count. That gets you in trouble. And Sizemore had his mind made up. He was going for 3 from the time he saw it go in the gap, and he makes it in the third easily.
Second triple of the year for Grady Sizemore. So he's at third, and here is Todd Hollingsworth. Hollingsworth has hit well this year coming off the bench, but has never had a hit against Padilla. And he doesn't necessarily need a hit right now. A ground ball to one of the middle infielders or the first baseman could get it done. Get that runner home from third.
Well, this is what we talk about all the time, situational hitting. You do not need a home run. You need to make sure you get the runner in from third. And you can do that a couple of ways. Long fly ball, sacrifice fly, or just make sure you pull it on the ground or up the middle.
Inside from Padilla. 1 ball, 1 strike.
But there have been a lot of people trying to figure out why there's so many home runs, why the hitting is up this early in the season. Well, we saw an example there. A lot of pitchers, when they get ahead in the count, they're missing their spots going into the middle of the plate, and the hitters aren't missing them.
He jammed him.
He's making good pitches now. I mean, if he would have thrown that same pitch probably to Sizemore, he probably would have been able to get him out. But he threw it in the middle of the plate.
And that one came in there with a little extra on it, 95 miles an hour.
And it was on, like you said, it was on the inside part of the plate where Hollingsworth couldn't get around on it.
Yeah, that makes the hitter uncomfortable.
Yes.
Some fire on the ball and on the hands.
Same count he had on Sizemore now.
That's the wrong place to hit it. Right. The one infielder who is in, and Blaylock throws out Hollingsworth with Sizemore having to hold at third.
But that was more of a defensive swing because he made another good pitch in on the hands. 1 ball, 2 strikes. He had the Sizemore. We saw the pitch in the middle of the plate. Here's 1 and 2 right in on the hand. See how late he is? He just fights it off, and that's what you get, a little weak ground ball to the infield. Same pitch to Sizemore, and he probably would have gotten him out. But he made the mistake. Now he has the runner at third with less than 2 outs.
Johnny Peralta, and the infield backed up all the way around now. Ooh, that was some power baseball right there. Playing some hard ball, the high hard one at 96 miles an hour. 0-1.
How about some high cheese?
Some high cheese.
High cheese.
Smoke. Some gas.
All those work.
And he went back up there again. This time he made contact, but very late on it, into the upper deck, out of play. And you see the Cleveland hitting .303. Only the Toronto Blue Jays have a higher team average than that. And look at the runs per game, 6.7 per game. And also nearly 11 hits per game. To the count.
Well, he made a good pitch there. You could see that Laird was calling for the ball up, and he got it up. More of a waste pitch, but he wanted to make sure he did not get it in the middle of the plate.
Peralta, who came on big time last year, having to replace a guy who was a great favorite here in Cleveland for many years, Omar Vizquel. Tried the breaking ball, and Peralta had to duck under that one. Peralta had 24 homers, 78 batted in, and hit .292 last year in his first full season in the big leagues. And he's a young guy. He's only 23 years old. He'll turn 24 late next month. It was a record-setting season for homers by a Cleveland Indians shortstop. Again, a ground ball to one of the infielders could get a run home. Sizemore will be running on a ground ball this time, I'm sure. And Joe, you think he was trying to hit the ground ball to the right side there?
No, I think he was forced to. That was a nice pitch there from Padilla. Fastball away. It was actually off the plate, and he was just protecting. Good job of hitting, actually. He's just protecting. You see, he's just trying to fight that pitch off. Watch this swing. He's fighting it off. He's not trying to go the other way. He just fights that pitch off. Good pitch by Padilla.
And maybe that's what happens. It comes in at 97 miles per hour. And that last one, according to the stadium radar gun, that's Sizemore at third. 1 out. No score in the game. He struck him out. Again, 97 miles an hour.
Well, one thing to notice that all those pitches are up. He got it up and in on Hollingsworth. Now he went upstairs with Peralta on the first 2 pitches, and he ends up striking him out. Now this is more away than the first 2 pitches. They were up to get 0-2 on him, and then he strikes him out with another high fastball away.
The cheese.
Yeah, and great location. The ball being away from him. Just could not catch up with it. But now if you're Padilla, this is where you really have to concentrate even harder than you did on the last 2 hitters. You have to get out of this situation now.
Travis Hafner, this is your guy, Joe. Right. That one almost right in on the knee.
1-1. Well, the problem is not only do you have Hafner up there, who's a power hitter, but you have Victor Martinez next, one of the best hitters in the league. So you have to go after Hafner, but again, you've worked your way back to 2 outs. You have to try to get out of this inning without any runs scored.
Hafner, who was originally in the Texas Rangers organization. Oh, that was a vicious-looking slider. 1-1 the count. Hafner was in the Rangers organization and acquired in a deal from the Rangers that sent Einar Diaz, a catcher, and pitcher Ryan Breeze to Texas. And he just didn't have much of a future in Texas because they had a guy named Mark Teixeira in front of him. 1-1 the count. Man, this is Padilla's coming out throwing some nasty stuff, Joe.
He's got great stuff, John. He's always had great stuff. And the question always has been, can he maintain that for any length of time, late into the ball game? Because he's working pretty hard here in the first inning.
He's facing a guy Hafner hitting .389 this year with runners in scoring position. He's got one at third, 2 down. Now That's too low. Fastball missing. Well, Hafner has become one of the premier sluggers in the league, and he's also very picky at the plate, Joe. He's a guy after your own heart. He's had 21 walks this year. 462 on. That's even though he's hitting in front of a guy who's a great hitter. Up the middle, and he comes through in the clutch. And Cleveland has a 1-0 lead. Sizemore in to score.
Well, the fact that they have average 6 runs a game, they do not waste a lot of opportunities. And even though he got battled back and got 2 outs, Hafner gets the base hit. And that wasn't a bad pitch. This pitch is going to be inside under the hands. It moves back out over the plate just a little bit, but they were trying to go in. It's not a bad pitch. That's just good hitting there by Hafner.
So Travis Hafner coming through in the clutch. But he's not just a big slugger swinging from the heels up there. Rod Carew would have been proud of that swing. Here now is Victor Martinez, 382 batting average. 0-1. Victor is a switch hitter, and he has been just extraordinary as a right-handed batter so far this year, hitting .487, but still hitting .300 batting left-handed. 382 overall. Hafner the runner at first. Now Teixeira's on the bag with him, but Hafner's not likely to try and steal a bag here. And that's off the outside. 1-1. Vicente Padilla, former Philadelphia Phillies right-hander. And I think he will become an enigma in Philadelphia. They thought, man, with the kind of stuff he's got, how come he's not winning more games? He was only 9-12 for the Phillies last year. Gary Matthews started back and comes in and makes the grab. And that's the inning. Well, Cleveland gets the leadoff triple and they get him home. Now Phil Nevin, Hank Blaylock, and the red-hot Kevin Mench coming up for Texas.
Meet the all-new 2007 Chevy Suburban with a rear-view camera system, power remote liftgate, head curtain side airbags in all 3 rows, and power release fold and tumble second row seats. Every big family is gonna want one. The all-new Chevy Suburban.
People everywhere are experiencing a breakthrough.
Let us observe my client after eating a spicy chicken burrito.
I was full.
And what were you full of?
Great taste.
Fullness and great taste from a value menu. I do believe I rest my case.
Taco Bell's Big Bell Value Menu, featuring the spicy chicken burrito with shredded chicken simmered in Mexican spices to keep your stomach and your wallet full. Think outside the bun. Best Buy's got the cool gifts to make every gift-giving occasion a celebration. From great wedding gifts to fun birthday gifts they're sure to love. Even cool gifts perfect for any graduate. And don't forget, Mom's Day is May 14th. This year, get her what she really wants, like the 5-megapixel HP digital camera, just $89.99. Cool gifts for Mom, now at Best Buy.
What else you got?
Rated PG-13 in theaters everywhere this Friday.
Coach says, why pay more to stay somewhere else? Just slide into Motel 6. It's clean, comfortable, and always a steal. Good one, Coach.
We'll leave the light on for you. And Accor Hotel.
Contender champion Sergio the Latin Snake Morris strikes again to preserve his undefeated record against Archak, Shark Attack, Termelic Setian, plus a bout featuring Alfonso Gomez. The Contender Special Latin Warriors, live Thursday at 9:30 Eastern on ESPN.
Inning number 2, the Texas Rangers coming up now against Jake Westbrook, working with a 1-0 lead, and that was some paint right there, Joe. Right on the outside edge. Phil Nevin, former Padre, and he's been driving in a lot of runs here for his new ball club in Texas. Johnny Peralta throws him out. 4 in a row retired by Westbrook. Let's get on to our colleague now, Peter Gammons. Peter.
Well, John, one of the things that Carl Willis, Indians pitching coach, really felt strongly was the last couple of starts, Jake Westbrook was too predictable. He was throwing too many sinkers. What he wanted him to do was keep the hitters from just looking in one plane out over the plate. They want him to come inside on left-handers with a cutter to get them off the plate, change some eye levels, also throw his changeup occasionally, and have a whole new game plan from his last couple of starts.
All right, well, we'll keep an eye on that.
Well, that's easier said than done, though, because once you try to find an arm slot for the sinker, and then you want to change the level, with the high fastball. That changes your arm slot. When you want to throw a slider or cut fastball, all I'm saying is it makes it more difficult for a guy like Westbrook to find his groove with the sinker if you're going to change your arm angle as well.
That's out of play and a changeup. Hank Blaylock, the hitter. The count 2-1. Blaylock, who is off to one of his best starts this year. He had a very poor finish last year, but he's hitting .333, 5 homers, 19 batted in so far for this slugging. Rangers club. Kevin Mensch, speaking of sluggers, is on deck.
Yeah, very few sinker ball pitchers can throw the high fastball, when they want to.
That's going to be out of play, foul.
And then go back to the sinker down. It's very difficult to do.
So, I mean, Westbrook's going to have conviction if he's going to throw that cutter into the hands of one of these lefty sluggers. He's going to have to do it with conviction.
Yeah, cutter is easier to throw on the hands, but I think the high fastball is the one that you're going to have trouble throwing and then getting back to the sinker.
Well, that one was high and inside for ball 4. Here comes Kevin Mensch now. And let's go to John Buccigross for a SportsCenter 30 at 30 update.
Thank you, John. Thrilling NBA playoff game today. Kobe Bryant in overtime at the buzzer wins the game for the Lakers. They're up 3-1. They can win the series Tuesday in Phoenix. Barry Bonds, no homers, but did hit his 569th career double. He's at 711 home runs in all. Full details on ESPN News right now or SportsCenter after the game. Back to you, John.
All right, John, thank you. And here's Kevin Mensch, who has been oft featured on SportsCenter and Baseball Tonight and ESPN News lately because he homered in every game for 7 consecutive games. One of the 5th men in history ever to do that. And that streak was ended last night. He had a chance to tie the all-time record of 8 straight games last night, but was not able to do it.
Well, the Ken Griffey Jr., Dale Long, and Don Mattingly, right?
Only 3 ever to get to 8, yeah. Pretty good names right there. And Jim Thome did it 7 straight games. Former Cleveland Indian, now with the White Sox. You see yesterday, had 1 hit. Kevin Mensch, very powerful right-handed hitter, obviously, but not for the first 10 games of the season. No homers, no RBIs. And that's where Sam told the story about finding out that the shoes just didn't fit. How's your shoes doing, Joe?
Mine are fine.
I don't know. There's a couple of comments you made in the first inning. I thought maybe your shoes are too tight. 2-1 the count to Mensch. And they say he went from a 12 to a 12.5. I mean, it looks to me like he needs probably about a 17 or an 18. What did Bob Lanier have? 22?
22, I think. Yeah. Big Bob Lanier.
2-1 the count to Mensch. Blaylock, the runner at first. This could be 2 Peralta. There's 1 over to first. 2, a double play. Not this time for Kevin Mensch. The Rangers are gone against Westbrook. Red hot Ben Broussard is coming up when we return.
MLB.tv now on ESPN.com. Sign up today.
Ted Ferguson, Bud Light Daredevil. Today for a Bud Light, I'll attempt a stunt that no man should ever perform. I'll go shopping with my girlfriend during today's game.
This stuff is so cute. I'm gonna go try it all on.
Hey, time! Yes! Oh, he's down! Oh. Ted, can you hear me? He's down. Everybody focus. All right, get it off. Clear. Let's go. Who's winning? We are, Ted.
Refreshingly smooth Bud Light. Always worth it.
Introducing the new John Deere Select Series featuring 4-wheel steer. Maneuverability has reached the turning point. See our entire new line at johndeere.com.
At what point does a car do more than take you from point A to point B? When does it come to life? When does it become your co-conspirator? When does a car become more than just a car? Introducing the all-new 268-horsepower Toyota Camry. It's time to move forward.
Here you are. That nice and soft, huh? Look at that. That's all soft. It's all safe. Everything's safe. You want to come play? You want to come? Oh, there's...
It's the first of 1,000 times. You'll protect her and let her go. Lowe's. Let's build something together.
Beautiful downtown Cleveland. A scene from the Goodyear blimp high overhead. This aerial coverage brought to you by Goodyear's Triple Tread Technology Tires. And it's Sunday Night Baseball presented by Taco Bell. And we're at Jacobs Field. Always been one of my favorite parks, Joe. Beautiful yard. And hitters always seem to like it here. I was talking to Michael Young of the Rangers, who's a pretty good hitter, batting champion. He says he always sees the ball well here.
Well, they have a good batter's eye out there, and that everything is green. They do not have anything to distract the hitter.
Ben Broussard, and he is thrown out by Michael Young, one away. Broussard had 8 RBIs in this past Thursday's game against the Red Sox. 1 away from the all-time Cleveland record, and then didn't play the next night. So that they must have a pretty good lineup, right? He had 2 RBIs Wednesday, 8 on Thursday. Couldn't quite make the lineup on Friday, though. But then Saturday, he went back in there, got 2 more RBIs. 12 RBIs in his last 3 games. And there's a strike to Ronnie Belliard, veteran second baseman. But here's the reason that Eric Wedge, the manager, he's got another guy for first base who hits right-handed, Eduardo Perez.
Right.
And he's been wearing out the left-handers. So there he is Eduardo Perez along with Aaron Boone. Over the mound, hits softly. Young picks it up, throws him out. Nice play. Belliard gone, 2 down.
Well, Padilla is keeping the ball down. They're chopping it back up the middle, and Michael Young is playing catch with the first baseman. The second one was very difficult. I thought the first one he had some time with Broussard, but this is a difficult play. He gets rid of it very quickly, and he's able to retire Belliard. Belliard runs pretty well, and I like that, catching it with both hands and just getting rid of it very quickly.
Yeah, I was about to say that he was going to barehand it.
Yeah, you thought Vizquel was out there, I think. Omar Vizquel will barehand a lot of balls like that.
And there's a ball too low to Ramon Vasquez.
Sometimes I think Vizquel has a glove on both hands because he does that a lot.
I mean, he barehands it.
Yeah.
And he doesn't miss it.
Yeah, he catches it.
He once saved a no-hitter when he played for Seattle. Pitched by Chris Bosio, and with 2 down in the 9th inning. He thought the only way I can make this play is to barehand it. I think we showed that on Sunday Night Baseball. And it worked. He got him. No-hitter preserved, and a foul off the left field line. 1 ball, 2 strikes. Omar Vizquel, former Cleveland Indian, a great favorite here, but they've been going with youth, and Johnny Peralta was ready, and he's done a great job. Ramon Vasquez playing third base tonight, giving the regular third baseman Aaron Boone a little breather. The curveball punched right to third, and that is the inning. Hank Blaylock makes the grab. 3 up, 3 down for Vicente Padilla. Brad Wilkerson coming up for the Rangers. 1-0 Cleveland.
Have it here or have it there. Happy Joe's is made to share. Good times to be together. Happy Joe's. Please, 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 please.
Try Happy
Joe's 3 new gourmet pizzas. Spinach and artichoke with chicken, chicken pesto and flame roasted vegetables. Or 5 cheese and tomato.
Good times to be together. Happy Joe's.
Plant closings, layoffs, dissatisfied with the 9 to 5. You can tell your boss to take that job and strike out on your own.
I finally hit the point, it's like, you know what, it's time to try something else.
Tonight on News Channel 8 at 10.
People are reinventing themselves with new jobs every day.
These people did. Maybe you can do it too.
When hard times come, you gotta start thinking of alternative ways.
Creating your own job. Tonight on live, local, late breaking News Channel 8 at 10.
Need new tires? Get to the big Bridgestone rebate event for up to a $100 mail-in rebate on select Bridgestone tires, April 6th through May 6th. Only at your local participating Bridgestone and Firestone retailer, wherever you see this Bridgestone sign.
ESPN Sunday Night Baseball, presented by Taco Bell. Brought to you by Bridgestone, passion for excellence. And the full line of 2006 Volvos, Volvo for life.
The Texas Rangers trailing the Cleveland Indians 1-0. Jake Westbrook, 15-game winner last year for Cleveland, on the mound. Here's the 7th place hitter, Brad Wilkerson, former Washington National. And the count is 0-1. Wilkerson, DeRosa, and Laird.
Wilkerson was traded for Alfonso Soriano.
0-2.
There is a little bit of what Peter was alluding to. He threw him a great sinker down and away, and then that was a high fastball. And it's great if you can do that, but I've found that most sinker ball pitchers can't do that.
That one got a piece of the catcher, Victor Martinez. And he's going to need a little time here to shake this off. I don't know if he got him on the foot.
It's one thing about catching. I mean, over the course of a season, you're going to get nicked up a lot. And that's why I'm always surprised when someone like Ivan Rodriguez was able to play in Texas all those years and play so many games and hit so well. I mean, you get your fingers hit and you have to continue to bat. You hit balls, you foul tips off your foot, off your body. And I mean, you know, you get beat up behind the plate over the course of the season.
All right, well, the umpire, professional courtesy, Jerry Crawford, gave him a little time off to try and shake off the pain. 0-2 the count. That one is pulled foul down the right field line. And I think Wilkerson may have broken his bat on that one.
Nice cutter inside, and he just fought it off.
Now I want to talk about your favorite Ranger, which is Mark Teixeira.
Yeah.
You pointed him out before the game. And he's a switcher. He's from Baltimore. I was an Orioles fan as a kid, and I said, who's your favorite player as an Oriole? And he said, Eddie Murray.
That's natural.
First baseman and a switch hitter. Eddie Murray did not become a switch hitter until he was signed by the Orioles, and in the minor leagues they converted him. But Teixeira, he said his dad had the idea of him being a switch hitter when he was still a kid. His dad was a pretty good ball player too, but in the sort of the Eddie Murray mold. He says he's only homered from both sides of the plate in the same game twice. But Eddie, I think, still has the all-time record for doing it.
Well, when you look at those numbers, they're very distorted, but that's because he has so many more at-bats from the left side than he does the right side.
Teixeira, and I know you spent some time with him before the ball game.
Yeah, he was great, too. I mean, the answers, I think that people will be interested in hearing, because a couple of things we talked about is something you very rarely, the players talk about on the bench, but very rarely do we talk about it to the fans.
Teixeira, 43 homers, 144 batted in last year. And Wilkerson down on strikes. And there is one away. In fact, I want to listen in a little bit to some of your conversation with Teixeira before the game.
I played with one of the greatest switch hitters of all time, Pete Rose. And one of the things he always had a problem with, he might be swinging the bat best from the right side, but they wouldn't throw any left-handed pitchers. Do you ever find yourself in a situation where you're swinging the bat better from one side, but you don't get to hit from that side?
Definitely. You know, I'll go, stretches of 2 or 3 games where I feel great one side or the other, and then the next 2 or 3 games I don't hit that way. And it's usually right-handed. You know, I don't get enough at-bats right-handed to really get into good grooves. But there are some times when I'm 0 for left-handed in a game. That last inning, I'm hoping they bring in a lefty to hit right-handed, but it goes back and forth.
And the key there is that he is a natural right-handed hitter. That was his natural side.
DeRosa with a single to right. As we were listening into your conversation there with Mark Teixeira, pretty likable guy.
Very likable. I mean, he loves everything about the game, and I think that's one of the things I like about him. I mean, he enjoys the game. He enjoyed even the WBC, where he didn't even play much. He didn't hit well. He just enjoyed being in that setting. He said it's a baseball setting. He just loves playing baseball, and that's great.
Here's Gerald Laird. He's the number 2 catcher for the Rangers, as that slider misses off the inside apparently to Laird. 1 ball and no strikes as he faces Jake Westbrook. DeRosa just got the Rangers' first hit of the game. Leadoff man Matthews on deck.
Yesterday, DeRosa was in Oklahoma City. I was there as well.
Well, DeRosa, who's got a lot of big league experience. Yeah. And they brought him back from the minor leagues. He was on a rehab assignment. He was trying to get a few at-bats and get back to the big leagues after an injury.
I always remember Bobby Cox telling me that he could hit. Bobby Cox always thought of him as an exceptionally good hitter.
DeRosa, he's 1 for 1 tonight. He's been the Rangers' best hitter so far. 2-0 the count to Gerald. I have a feeling they'll get a few more hits as the evening goes along. Laird, the backup catcher, is hitting .333. Rod Barajas, the number 1 catcher. There's one at second, and Belliard somehow got that one off quickly, but not in time to double up Laird.
That was a tough double up, but a nice play by Vasquez to get it over to Belliard. And he got rid of it quickly. He didn't have as much on the throw as he wanted, but they made it a close play at first base. And watch Belliard. He comes right to the back. There are a couple of ways you can make this play. You can come get the ball. He stays there, comes across late to avoid the runner, but couldn't get enough on the throw. Just a nice play by Vasquez. Look at that perfect throw. And you can see him avoid the runner and get rid of it at the same time. And a very close play at first base.
Ramon Vasquez. There goes the runner, Laird. And not even a throw by Victor Martinez, who has not thrown out a would-be base stealer this year.
Well, they're against the entire Cleveland Indians staff now. They're 21-2. They've stolen 21 bases and only been caught twice. I mean, so I'm not going to put it all on Victor. That tells you that the staff, as we saw there, does not hold the runners very well.
Yeah, well, that's what Eric Wedge was saying, that the staff really has to take responsibility for doing a better job holding runners on and getting the ball more quickly to the catcher. And the 2 caught stealings were actually pickoffs.
Yeah, right. But one thing that when you talk to Buck Showalter, he tries to take advantage of those kind of things. I always remember Buck notices those things, and that's one of the reasons he's a good manager. I mean, he notices little things like that, and here he sends a catcher.
Yeah. I mean, Laird must run pretty well. He beat out that double play, and he steals a bag right away. And the Rangers don't do a whole lot of stealing.
No.
That's their 6th steal this year as a team. There's Buck Showalter. Just a moment ago, we saw a couple of the Cleveland starters. Cliff Lee, a left-hander. CC Sabathia, by the way, we're happy to report, is going to return and pitch on Tuesday here against the White Sox from the disabled list. In the left field corner on the warning track. Todd Hollingsworth almost ran out of room in that left field corner, but Matthews is retired. Casey Blake, another hot hitter, then Grady Sizemore coming up for Cleveland.
Your life
life will change. Families will grow. A gifted child will need an exceptional education. 4 friends will become 4 tycoons. Widows will go on. Partnerships will be offered. Leaps of faith will be taken. Fears will be overcome. The unobtainable will be found, and roles will be reversed. At moments like these, you need powerful resources, both financial and personal. A partner who knows you and what matters to you. At Merrill Lynch, our financial advisors know that in a world full of change, there is something beyond just achieving wealth. It is achieving life. Total living. Total Merrill.
Will that light stay yellow for 3 seconds? Or 6? If the tire shreds, where will it land? Uncertainty on the road can lead to an accident. Now Allstate offers a little extra protection. Accident forgiveness, new from Allstate. Now your rates won't go up just because of an accident. It's time to make the world a better place to drive. That's Allstate stand. Are you in good hands?
Who cried? I did.
Not me. It was a sad ending and everything. I didn't cry.
with your hand in your chin.
That's called concentrating on the moment.
It's more like holding your quivering upper lip.
Exactly.
I wasn't crying, okay? I mean, seriously, I don't know why.
Continue Friday on ESPN and Sunday on ABC.
Sunday Night Baseball from Cleveland. I'm John Miller with Joe Morgan, joined by Peter Gammons and Sam Ryan. Our 17th season of Sunday Night Baseball on ESPN as Vicente Padilla, the big right-hander with Texas now, throws ball 1 to Casey Blake. Blake, the 9th place hitter, but look at those numbers. 346 average, 17 runs batted in, and a big curveball from Padilla for a strike to him. 1 ball, 1 strike. So they're getting offensive production up and down the lineup.
Well, to average 6+ runs a game, you have to get a lot of help up and down the lineup. You can't do it just with the middle.
Yeah. I mean, and you're shortening them there. It's almost 7 runs a game.
Yeah.
That is
6+.
Yeah. Well, I mean, that could be 12 runs a game. Yeah. You could have said 4+, right? I mean, it wasn't specific enough for me.
All right.
3-1 the count to Casey Blake. But I mean, Blake's got cleanup hitter type now. A lot of teams would like to have a cleanup hitter with his numbers. And he's hitting 9th. 3-1 the count for a team scoring 6+ a game. And that's ball 4 inside. And that's going to bring up Grady Sizemore, who already has a triple and a run scored tonight. And let's go down to Peter Gammons now.
Well, John and Joe, one thing that the Indians all know, Grady Sizemore plays with reckless abandon. He crashes into fences. He dives. He had a catch against Detroit where he actually landed on his neck. But it really worries the Indians a little bit that over the years that somehow that all that pounding will depreciate his career, which is really what has happened to Darren Erstad. It's really what caused Rusty Greer's career to cut short. I asked Grady about it. He looked at me like I was crazy because that's the only way he knows how to play. And as Eric Wedge said, you can't change somebody. You love it, but it does worry you.
Ken Griffey Jr. played that way for a long period of time in Seattle, and he had some injuries to his wrist, diving into a wall, running into a wall, etc. But as you say, I mean, that's the way they know how to play the game.
Now, on the other hand, Willie Mays said his dad told him when he was still a kid, said, listen, you've got to stay healthy.
Right.
You've got to take care of yourself. Don't get injured, because what good are you to you or your team if you're hurt and you can't play?
But guess what? Willie didn't listen. I remember Willie challenged the walls a lot of times. One of the great catches he ever made was in right center field where he crashed into Bobby Bonds in Candlestick Park and came down with that great catch. That's one of the trademark catches of Willie Mays.
Yeah.
Climbing the fence there with Bobby Bonds.
0-2 the count to Sizemore facing Padilla. And that's inside for a ball. Well, Sizemore made a great catch here on Friday night. And at the same time, he caught it and then crashed into the wall.
What's interesting is, remember in the days of Willie Mays when he first started, they didn't even have padding on walls. They were, you know, wood outfield fences. And
Sizemore down on strikes. But he's made catches crashing into walls. And the other night he made one here. Actually wasn't against the wall. He made a dive for it in the 6th inning Friday. Ooh. And he was fully stretched out grabbing that one.
Well, to be honest with you, center fielders are going to do that. I mean, we've seen a lot of great center fielders. Jim Edmonds does it. A lot of guys do it because there's a lot of room for a center fielder to cover out there. And a lot of times you have to propel yourself through the air to catch it off the shoe tops.
Every time we show the view of Jacobs Field from up above from the blimp, I mean, this is just a beautiful yard.
Yes, it is.
The Jake here in Cleveland, it opened in 1994, and for many years it was sold out for every game. And if you had the Rangers coming in April, if you hadn't bought your tickets by December, forget about it. And they say ticket sales are up 20% versus last year, which is good news, but still far off from those days of selling out every game. 455 consecutive home sellouts at one point. And I found some seats tonight before the game, Joe, that if I had the time and if I, just wasn't working so darn much, I'd want to have the season ticket down right behind home plate. They have the dugout suites down there. I'd invite you in.
Okay.
Because you're kind of in your own little world down there. You get a great view up close to the game. You can see this kind of stuff the pitchers got and whatnot. You'd even offer some advice to some of the hitters and whatnot.
I actually walked through there today.
Well, you know what I'm talking about. I kind of like that. It's like a sort of a
very nice,
your own little world down there where you can really focus on the game.
In fact, when I walked by, one of the ladies said that she had a dilemma. She said, I really want to watch this game, but I want to know what the Cavaliers are doing tonight as well.
And they got plenty of televisions down there. Yeah. You could also see that. 2-1 the count to Todd Hollingsworth with Blake at first, and Blake back to the bag. Well, in those days when they first opened this ballpark, Cleveland was a rising team. They were in a similar spot to where they are right now. And they were building with guys like Carlos Baerga and Albert Bell that had gone through some losing seasons and were getting better and better. And then they got real good. They were in the series by 95. Whoa, man, that was a nasty pitch. Hollingsworth maybe wondering if he's ever going to get a hit against Vicente Padilla. He grounded to third his first time tonight at his 0 for 13 lifetime against him. I don't think there's too many right-handers who have that kind of ownership over Todd Hollingsworth.
Well, that was an excellent pitch, down and in. And if you're Hollingsworth, you should have been looking for something to pull because there's a big hole on the right side. So he got the ball inside and he went after it, but it disappeared. Nice slider.
2-2 the count. And a pop-up. Shallow left. Wilkerson. And that is out number 2. So Blake still at first base. 2 down in the inning. Sunday Night Baseball from Cleveland. And our coverage of the ball game from high above Jacobs Field brought to you by Goodyear's Triple Tread Technology Tires. And we're always happy to have the Goodyear blimp with us on Sunday Night Baseball. Here now is Johnny Peralta, who struck out his first time. 1-0. Cleveland leading, last of the third. Ooh, man, right there, outside corner, strike one. 0-1 the count. Peralta looks down at his third base coach, Jeff Datz.
This is interesting because he blew Peralta Peralta away with fastballs the first time. See how he pitches him this time. Another high fastball. He's going after him with all fastballs so far in the 2 at-bats.
That one 97 miles an hour. But, you know, I remember the last time, it seemed like he was throwing him 97 both up and away.
Right.
This time he came in on him.
That one tailed back a little bit.
He's ahead of Peralta 0-2. It's the scene over at first base. Teixeira on the bag with Casey Blake, who led off the inning with a walk. And a pop-up. Teixeira gives chase. Runs out of room. About 6 rows deep. Still 0-2. I don't know, is Peralta even starting to maybe time that fastball a little better, or what do you think?
Well, not on that pitch. That was a fastball pretty much in the middle of the plate, and he was late on it. You know, sometimes, you know, you have problems finding the ball out of a pitcher's hand. And it's just a personal thing. Sometimes you see the ball really well out of certain pitchers' hands, and others you have to really search for it. You can't find it as soon as they release it.
0-2 the count. See, he's been so overmatched tonight. Just the fact he's making contact right now, I feel like, well, he's getting there.
Well, I think if that's the way you feel and you're Padilla, I think you should try that hard slider at least once.
Well, that might not be a bad idea. So you mean if I was him, if I was catching him now, I'd be calling for that slider. There's the slugger, Travis Hafner on deck. He drove in a run his first time. Still 0-2. There goes the runner. There's throw in the dirt and into center field. Charging in to back up the play, really hustling out there, Gary Matthews, to keep Blake at second base. Casey Blake with his first steal of the year.
Well, it's a decent jump. The throw is there, but watch, it's low. The throw would have been there in time if it's on the bag, but it was low and short. And you can see Matthews hustling in from center field. That was kind of the trademark of his dad, Sarge. He hustled on every ground ball he hit. He's always hustling.
Now it's 1-2 to Peralta. Now base hit can mean a run. Blake in scoring position and time taken and granted by the plate umpire, Jerry Crawford, just as Padilla was ready to throw that pitch.
Would have had him if it would have been an accurate throw. They would have, but he had to rush it because he felt like Blake had a good jump.
There's that slider. It's a base hit to left center. Okay, it was a mistake. Should have stayed with the hard stuff. The run scores 2-0 Cleveland.
I think it was the best. It was the right pitch, John. Wrong location. But that's one of the reasons that they score so many runs. They pick up the runners in scoring position. I think it's the right pitch. Let's see where it ends up. Well, it ends up high and pretty much in the middle of the plate. You've got to throw, I mean, a slider down and away or try to get him to chase one is what you wanted to do. But you can see that ball was right there. And good hitting. He could have fouled it back. He could have missed it. But good hitting by Johnny Peralta to drive in the run.
So that is two-out RBI hits for Cleveland tonight against Padilla, who's, as you've seen, has great stuff. Here's Travis Hafner. And Peralta has not even attempted a steal this year.
But the key again was that stolen base. I mean, you put yourself in the scoring position, and Peralta picked him up.
And here's where being able to steal a bag against a guy like Padilla can really help you. Popped up by Hafner this time.
Nice changeup.
Michael Young. And the inning is over. Cleveland leads 2-0 now. But Michael Young, Mark Teixeira, and Phil Nevin, some big bats coming up for the Rangers in the fourth.
Attention, attention, for 4 days only. This Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, and Saturday, Blackhawk Autoplex in Milan is holding the $53 used car acquisition sale. You can make the buy of a lifetime. Choose from over 300 bank repo, lease returns, fleet cars, program cars, and other used vehicles priced up to thousands below Kelley Blue Book. This is not a lease. Just pay $53, take over payments, and you own it. It's the $53 used car acquisition sale. Blackhawk Autoplex on Airport Road in the Milan Beltway in Milan. You'll love buying from us. Guaranteed.
Well, that's it, Mom. I hope it all fits in my dorm room.
And to my wife for 20 wonderful years.
Why don't you do the charity walkathon with me, Mom?
No matter how life changes, Wellmark Blue Cross and Blue Shield is there, giving you a number of ways to take charge of your health so you can meet life's events with confidence, like more plans to fit your needs now and in the future, along with hassle-free service. Wellmark Blue Cross and Blue Shield. The difference is blue.
On overhead by reducing staff. Now, what are you guys doing to save us money? Okay, Barry.
Well, we started using FedEx Ground, so we get reliability and their latest technology to help us save time and money.
Nice work, Barry. Let's say we get some lunch in here, huh?
Hello?
Yes, could we get some lunch, please?
FedEx Ground. Fast, reliable, and their latest technology. All for less than you think.
Chevy makes the most dependable, longest-lasting trucks on the road. And now they're making it easier to drive one. Down payment assistance from Chevy. You choose a Silverado or Colorado, Chevy will help you get in it. Down payment assistance. A better way to buy or lease a new Chevy pickup. Chevy, America's #1 brand, America's #1 value. Enough said. Chevy, an American revolution.
John Miller, Joe Morgan with you from Jacobs Field, Cleveland. Sunday Night Baseball. The Cleveland Indians 2, the Texas Rangers 0. The rubber match of this 3-game weekend series. Peter Gammons and Sam Ryan also here with us as Michael Young stands in for the Rangers. Young grounded to third his first time. Jake Westbrook on the mound, and he throws in the slider for a called strike. Westbrook has only allowed 1 hit. And the slugger, Mark Teixeira, on deck. Phil Nevin due up third in the inning. 2 runs, 3 hits for Cleveland. No runs, only 1 hit for Texas. Hit hard to center, but there is Sizemore. 1 away.
Hit very hard to center.
So Young is gone, kept off the bases once again by Jake Westbrook. And when you got all these sluggers, Teixeira, Nevin, Blaylock, Mensch coming up next, it's good to keep those guys at the top of the order off the bases. Teixeira struck out his first time. And that slider down and in, or maybe cutter, down and in for ball 1. Rangers waiting for Teixeira to break out in one of those hot streaks. Little dribbler. Westbrook. And that is out number 2. 2 down, and here comes Phil Nevin. You know, the first 4 innings of games have generally been the Rangers' best time. They've outscored their opposition by 30 runs in the first 4 innings of games. And then the rest of the game, that's been a problem for them. They've had a problem at the end of games. They've changed their closer the last couple of days, but tonight Westbrook is off to a great start against them.
So make no mistake about it. I mean, this is a good hitting Ranger lineup, but it is not the same lineup without Alfonso Soriano in there. I mean, it's a different. They were going in a little different direction. They were going with more of a, pitching and a little more defense. That's what they were trying to do. But you're missing one of those big bats that make a difference in those late innings and in the close ball games.
Alfonso Soriano, who is having a very strong season so far for the Washington Nationals as a left fielder. Nevin takes a strike on the outside. On a 2 the count. Nevin grounded to short his first time. Between innings, by the way, we'll chat with Buck Showalter, the Rangers manager, from the dugout. So stay tuned for that. 2-0. Cleveland leading. Nice pickup by Broussard. Westbrook lunges for the throw, and they get the put out at first. It's a nice nicely done on both ends there. Stay tuned. In 60 seconds, we'll visit with Buck Showalter from the dugout. Back in 60.
America's brand salutes America's best athletes. The all-new 2007 Chevy Tahoe.
At the end of the day, all you want is to be comfortable. DoubleTree, a member of the Hilton family of hotels.
Sunday night baseball from Cleveland. The Cleveland Indians 2, the Texas Rangers 0. I'm John Miller with Joe Morgan, Peter Gammon, Sam Ryan, and we're pleased to be joined by manager Buck Showalter and one of our former colleagues here at ESPN from the Rangers dugout. Buck, many thanks and welcome to Sunday Night Baseball.
Hey, John, maybe again. We don't get it going here, huh?
Hey, Buck.
Keep the chair open.
Buck, I wanted to ask you about your closing situation out. How are you going to handle that?
Well, we're fortunate to have 3 guys down there with, pedigree and some track record, and obviously Cordero, Natsuka, and Alfonseca, if you want to stretch it. But, we're letting Coco take a step back, take a deep breath, and take a little heat off of him. Some very important innings to pitch elsewhere. We're just lucky to have a lot of guys. I know it means a lot to Aki and his country, and it's a lot of pressure on him. He handled it well last night, and our guys just interested in just getting outs after the 6th inning, and we know how important that is.
Well, we're looking at your, you've had some injuries, but looking at your pitching rotation, looks like it may be one of the best that you've had there.
Well, I hope so. Potentially it's there. Everybody has injuries and has problems. Every club in baseball. Nobody wants to hear it. It's part of it. John Daniels done a great job of attacking the what-ifs in the off-season.
Well, Buck, we appreciate it, but we want to let you go back to work. So many thanks to Buck Showalter. First ball swinging there, Victor Martinez. And he's got an opposite field double. It bounced up into the crowd, just barely fair. And Martinez giving us a sampling as to why he's hitting around 380 this year.
Well, he used the entire field, and that's one of the things they were talking about. Last year he got off to a slow start because he was trying to pull the ball too much. Now he's using the entire field from both sides of the plate. As you see, that ball goes right down the left field line. No chance for Wilkerson to run it down. And he ends up as a double.
So now Ben Broussard with a runner at second and nobody out. 2-0. Cleveland already ahead. That's the 40th consecutive game in which Martinez has reached base safely with either a hit or a walk or a hit by pitch. And that's a called strike on the inside to Ben Broussard. Broussard has had 12 RBIs in his last 3 games. His season's average is over 400. And one of the reasons why he's platooning, I guess, Joe, with Eduardo Perez, his average so far against the right-handed pitchers is 490. That's pretty good.
Yeah, I guess so.
If you're wondering, will anybody ever hit 500 again? Maybe Broussard's your guy. He grounded it short his first time. Padilla too low with that changeup. 1 ball, 1 strike. Now, Eduardo Perez, when you add the 2 of them together, Joe, it looks like an all-star. 8 homers, 31 RBIs, a 369 average. Albert Pujols is the only actual first baseman who's been more productive at first base in Major League than the 2 of them.
Well, I saw a chart earlier today. Pujols has been more productive than some entire teams as far as home runs and RBIs.
What, he had 14 home runs? Yeah. He didn't hit one today, did he?
didn't see if he did or not. No, he didn't. I know he didn't because he walked 4 times today. He was 0 for 1 with 4 walks. They treated him like Barry Bonds today. And they walked him to load the bases, and Jim Edmonds got a base hit to break a tie ball game.
Well, the Cardinals scored 9 runs anyway.
Yeah, but it was 2-2 at that time when they walked him to load the bases. But Albert Pujols, I think you're going to see more and more of that where he's not going to get a chance to swing.
So Albert, get used to it.
Yeah, but that's something, as I've argued with people forever, I don't like. You know, baseball is the only sport that you can take the superstar out of the game. You know, keep him from beating you or keep you from doing things.
Yeah. Game's right down to the wire. Kobe Bryant, she's going to get the ball.
He gets the ball.
Yeah. Oh, man, that slider got him. Broussard, that right near the right knee. And he is in some pain down there. Eric Wedge, the manager, coming out. Cleveland trainer also seeing if he can help Broussard. Man, that breaking ball really had some break to it. He's trying to shake it off.
Right on the kneecap, it appears, and obviously there's nothing to cushion that blow. It's kind of ball on bone.
Well, he's going to go to first base, and that's good news. I mean, that worry you a little bit when you see a guy get hit there?
Yeah, right on the bone. I mean, it's going to be very sore after it cools down.
Soloff, the head trainer for the Cleveland Indians. Looks like he got his man back in there. So Broussard over to first, and Padilla's a little bit of a jam now. Already down 2-0. The batter will be Ronnie Belliard. And Texas thinking that he might be bunting. They'll be ready for it in case. And that's a foul ball. He was definitely not bunting on that one. He has not been hitting the ball well lately. Only 3 hits in his last 17 at bats. And Eric Wedge gave him a night off last night to just try to let him rest his mind a little bit. Sometimes it's the mental as much as the physical when you start struggling at the plate. I mean, not that you would know.
Please, I do know. I'm a little surprised that they aren't bunting here.
Well, this should be a double play.
That's
Young is second for 1, and the relay by DeRosa. No, they didn't get him. Martinez over to third base. Broussard out at second.
Well, you're not going to get a lot of double play balls hit any better position than that. But remember, DeRosa just came up.
Belliard got down there pretty quickly.
Yes, he did. He definitely beat the throw.
So now Ramon Vasquez. Instead of 2 down and a runner at third, they have 1 out. Runners at first and third, and Ramon Vasquez, who's only had 19 at bat so far this year, will try and knock home a run. On the inside corner, 94 miles an hour from Padilla. Strike 1. Cleveland's going to be hosting the Major League champion White Sox starting tomorrow. And the White Sox, man, they are on a roll.
Well, they got the best starting pitching you could think of. I mean, they have a #1 starter going almost every night.
That's too far in. They've swept the Angels in Anaheim this weekend. They beat them again today. And I heard Hawk Harrelson, our friend Hawk Harrelson, I saw the end of their telecast last night from the hotel. He said when they beat him last night, it was the first time they'd ever won the first 2 games on a trip to Anaheim, much less going in and sweeping them 3 in a row. And that's a good Angels club. And they did it with pitching and defense and timely hitting. They slugged it out with him on Friday, and then they beat him 2-1 last night. You know, they look awfully tough. They beat him 6-5 today. So they're 17-7 coming in here. And Detroit is another ball club. Jim Leyland's Tigers are playing impressively early on. In fact, the two best records in the American League right now are the Chicago White Sox and the Detroit Tigers. Their records are better than the Yankees, the Red Sox, Cleveland, Anaheim. Name a team. They have a better record than all of them right now. So this is kind of a changing of the guard, maybe. It's early yet, but this Central Division of the American League looks pretty strong.
Yeah, but it is early. But I agree with you. They are a much better ball club.
2-1 the count to Vasquez. And that is low from Padilla. 3-1. Casey Blake, a hot hitter, is on deck. Now, look at that. White Sox 17-7. Detroit 16-9. The Tigers just obliterated the Minnesota Twins this weekend. Kenny Rogers was the starting pitcher in a 2-hit shutout of the Twins today. They beat the Twins yesterday 18-1. All right, it's 3-1 now to Ramon Vasquez. That slider inside. So he walks him, and the bases are loaded for Casey Blake, who had been driving in a lot of runs so far this year. Now, Mark Connor, the pitching coach for Buck Showalter's Rangers, will go out to the mound to talk to Padilla. Looks like the Ranger bullpen might get something going. So Padilla is suddenly in a tight spot, already down by 2, and Jake Westbrook has just been pitching beautifully the first 4 innings for Cleveland. So they talk it over out there. I was talking to Eric Wedge and Buck Showalter about that Detroit ball club, because we don't see him very often. And they said they have some very impressive arms in that club. This guy, Justin Verlander, throws 100 miles an hour in the rotation. And those young guys are really got their brains beat out many times not so long ago, like Jeremy Bonderman, Mike Maroth is pitching well. Kenny Rogers is with him now. And they got some guys in the bullpen who really can bring it. A guy named Zumaya who throws 100 miles an hour. There's Wilson, the left-hander, up in the Rangers bullpen. And that's a ball outside. Peter Gammons knows a lot about the Detroit ball club, too.
Well, John, if you think about that team, Alaska, they lack that veteran guy like Kenny Rogers at the top of the rotation. Bonderman's only 24 years old. He's still growing. We talked about Verlander, who threw 100 miles an hour when they played in Texas. But what they've been able to do now with Todd Jones in back of Zumaya and also some of their other kids, they've now got a 1 to 10 pitching staff, unlike what they've had the last few years. Their bullpen blew an inordinate amount of games the last 2 years.
All right, so when Detroit keeps playing well, tell them you heard it here first. Oh, yeah, I heard about them on Sunday Night Baseball back in April. I know about Detroit. Bases loaded. There's a big few moments in this game. Cleveland with a chance to break this one open early. Already ahead 2-0. That's into the hole. Young to third. He got the runner at third as a run scores. Victor Martinez in to score, but Belliard out at third. And really the only play that Young had right there. Blake gets an RBI.
Well, good job by both Young and Blaylock to work together there, because, as you said, that's the only play he had. But watch Blaylock, he'll start for the ball, and then he comes back to third base. He sees that Young may come that way, but it was an accurate throw. That was a tough play. It wasn't as easy as it appeared. He's throwing, going toward the line. Now he has to be accurate, and he's right there at the bag.
Now Grady Sizemore. Runners at first and second. A run is in. 3-0 Cleveland. Sizemore has a triple, and he also has struck out in this game. He's scored a run. Now he's trying to be the RBI man. And in the American League, leadoff hitters have many more chances to be an RBI man, especially when you're hitting leadoff in a lineup like they've got here in Cleveland. pulled foul. Sizemore, however, is hitting only .241 with runners in scoring position so far this year. In the National League, the pitcher hits ninth. And so usually when the leadoff man comes out, there aren't a whole lot of guys on base. Cleveland's ninth place hitter, Casey Blake, came into the game hitting .346. 2 men on. Vasquez at second. There's Blake over at first. Both ready to go in anything but 2 down. Padilla trying to get out of this jam rather inexpensively. Remember, he had the bases loaded, only 1 out, and Blake up there. Now it's 1-2 to Sizemore. A little bit of a breeze blowing out toward left field, at least according to the flags high atop the big scoreboard out in left field. Sizemore facing Padilla. Padilla steps off the slab, makes him wait a little bit. And he struck him out. So just the one for Cleveland. On to the 5th inning. Hank Blaylock, then Kevin Mench coming up. 3-0 Cleveland.
The FIFA World Cup. All 64 matches on ESPN, ESPN2, and ABC.
Tests are completed. The results are in. The all-new Kia Sedona is the first and only minivan to earn both the Insurance Institute's top safety pick and the government's 5-star crash safety rating in all 4 categories. The all-new Kia Sedona, the highest safety-rated minivan ever built. And with a 10-year warranty and this special offer, it's also the best value on the road.
Follow your team wherever you are, all season long, with XM Satellite Radio.
I gotta tell you, I think it's still going!
XM Satellite Radio. Listen large.
Steroids can really damage your body. They can cause tendons to tear and bones to stop growing, damage kidneys, destroy the liver, even cause heart attacks and strokes. Not to mention something else they can do to a guy's body. Find out more about the dangers of using steroids. Visit drugfree.org.
Sunday Night Baseball on ESPN, presented by Taco Bell. We're at Jacobs Field, Cleveland. Now the Rangers up, and first ball swinging. Hank Blaylock, a base hit to center field against Jake Westbrook. So Blaylock gets the Rangers' second hit of the game. Let's go down to Sam Ryan now. Sam?
And John, the Rangers are playing without hitting coach Rudy Jaramillo, who's home in Texas right now, recovering from prostate cancer surgery. Now, the prognosis is good. He's hoping to return about mid-May. He's going to see where his strength is. But Kevin Mench and Mark Teixeira told me they're the players who pretty much miss him the most. They spend so much time with him. They work with him in the cages before spring training. Mark told me he's always over my shoulders. We're always together, telling me what I'm doing right, what I'm doing wrong. Now they're relying on phone calls from Rudy.
Well, Rudy Jaramillo, one of the great hitting instructors in the game, and he's got a long list of disciples, that's for sure. Brooke Jacoby, who's been the interim hitting instructor, former third baseman for the Cleveland Indians. Right. Pretty good hitter in his own right.
It was interesting. Luis Rivera, the first base coach for the Indians today, they were standing at the cage talking about hitting.
was Kevin Mensch fouling one back against Westbrook. 1 ball, 1 strike to Mensch, who hit a double play his first time.
And he pointed out one of the traits of the hitters on the Rangers from Rudy's teaching was to stay behind the ball. You know, stay back, to stay behind the ball. And he was saying that they all do that well. And that's one of the reasons that they were such good hitters.
The Rangers have had a tradition of strong lineups, strong offensive teams for many, many years. And Rudy Jaramillo. And Texas isn't the only place where he's been the successful hitting instructor. He, for a time, was the hitting instructor in Houston as well.
Jeff Bagwell, a lot of those guys, he worked with most of those hitters.
So we send along all of our thoughts and best wishes to Rudy Jaramillo. So far the news is good, but battling cancer, and we know that he is a battler, that's for sure. There's Mensch with a base hit to left field. Blaylock over to second base, so they get consecutive base hits here from Blaylock and Mensch, and now Brad Wilkerson will come up.
Well, the one thing that, you know, you talked about earlier was how well they hit. See how he stays behind the ball, he stays back, doesn't go out in front of it. See how he just stays behind it. He doesn't go out in front of it trying to pull it. He just stays behind the ball, extends through it, and pulls it in the hole.
So you like what you saw there from his approach?
Yeah, I mean, it's 2 balls, no strikes. You know what's coming, but a lot of times when they get a fastball, a lot of guys want to jump out there.
Kevin Mensch, who had no RBIs in his first 10 games this year. 0-1 to Wilkerson on a foul ball. 22 RBIs the last 9 games. Only 2 other current major leaguers have ever had 22 or more RBIs over a 9-game span. Bernie Williams did it in 1999, had 22. Jeff Bagwell 5 years ago had 23 RBIs in a 9-game stretch. So it is pretty extraordinary what Mensch has done. Now Wilkerson trying to deliver a big hit. That's a ball down to the way. He had a home run here last night. He was off to a painfully slow start with his new club. And after the game last night, hit the home run, and he said that for the first time all year, he actually feels good at the plate. Like he feels like good things are going to happen. And it wasn't just last night. He said for a few days now. Where before that, he was just sort of trying to keep his head above water.
Well, as a hitter, you go through spells where you're swinging the bat well, you feel great at the plate, and other times when you're struggling. I mean, that's why it's a batting average rather than a medium, because you're going to have some good stretches, some bad stretches, and you just hope they average out to a good season.
Westbrook is off the outside, 3-1. That was always one of the trademarks for Wilkerson in Montreal/Washington. He didn't swing at bad pitches very often. He was a guy who walked a lot.
Well, that was a good take right there. He knew a fastball was coming. Started toward the outside corner, but moved away, and he was able to lay off of it.
3-1. And we chased that one.
Yeah.
Which was away again.
But that's exactly what I was saying about Mensch. He knew a fastball was coming, and he was still patient. He knew a fastball was coming, and he went out to get it.
All right, 3-2 now. Now, the Rangers don't do much running anyway, so I'm not even going to talk about whether they're going to run.
Well, he struck out last time at bat, but, you know, I think if Buck Showalter likes to put runners in motion.
They're not going.
All right.
He struck out more often than any other player in major leagues this year. There's Broussard. They get the runner at second. Peralta back to first, not in time.
Nice turn.
With Westbrook at first base. Blaylock over to third. Runners at first and third now. With 1 out as Mensch is forced out. And let's go to John Buccigross now for a SportsCenter 30 at 30 update.
Thank you, John. Kobe Bryant at the buzzer in overtime wins the game for the Lakers. They're up 3-1. They can win the series Tuesday night over Phoenix. Albert Pujols walked 4 times today. He now has 28 walks in 25 games. He's never walked 100 times in a season. This could be the year Cardinals win again. Full details on ESPN News right now or SportsCenter after the game. John?
Well, just like 2 years ago, Barry Bonds had never walked 232 times in a season. And then he did that year.
Yeah, well, I guarantee you Pujols is going to walk 100. Maybe by the All-Star break.
Well, I mean, 14 homers and 32 RBIs in the month of April.
Yeah, but you know what? I still, as I said before, I still think that's one of the weaknesses of our game is that we can take the superstar out of the game by just putting him on first base. I still have a problem with that because, as you said, Kobe Bryant, they knew what he was going to do today, but he was able to go out and shoot the ball. You know, Joe Montana always had the ball in his hand, nothing you could do about it. So I think that's one of the weaknesses of our game, and I like to see. I mean, I remember Felipe Alou when McGuire was going for the record. He said if he can do it, let him do it. We're going to pitch to him. And he pitched to him that weekend, and McGuire was able to break Roger Maris's record.
Well, I mean, that was at the end of the year.
Right.
I mean, he'd already broken Maris's record.
Yeah, I mean, well, he was setting the record.
He hit 5 in the
last
final series.
Yeah.
And Felipe said, we're not going to, groove in strikes, or we're going to try to get him out, but make good pitches. But we're not just going to put him on time after time either. And he had 5 home runs in that final weekend.
Well, if a guy's capable of doing certain things, I just feel that it's unfair to just take it away from him.
The point is to win.
Okay, I keep hearing that.
Now, the thing with the Cardinals, though,
is baseball entertainment?
Well, here's the thing. When Barry Bonds was getting walked all those times.
Right. I didn't like it either.
Well, part of the problem was the Giants didn't have anybody that was all that feared behind him. Yeah. Right? That Jeff Kent had left and whatnot. I mean, Pujols has Scott Rowland and Jim Edmonds behind him. They scored 9 runs today.
It doesn't matter.
And they walked him 4 times.
But it doesn't matter who's hitting behind them. They're not as good as he is at this point.
Peralta barehanded, and he got him. A run scores, but without barehanding that one, he was not going to get DeRosa. There's a page out of the Omar Vizquel playbook right there.
Nice play by Peralta. He just grabs it and doesn't have to transfer it. Gets rid of it quickly. He actually made it look easier than it really was. He took his time, got in good position. He was in position to throw the ball as soon as he grabbed it. He didn't have to take another step or even wind up. He caught it kind of behind him so that his arm was already in a throwing position.
That was an exciting play. Here's Laird. A run is in. Blaylock came in to score. Another runner is in scoring position. Wilkerson at second base. And Laird try and knock him in. 3-1. Cleveland is out in front here. But I know what you're saying.
Yeah, but it doesn't matter who's hitting behind him. They're not going to pitch to him anyway.
But if those guys all end up having great years behind them, it'd be a little more difficult to just go ahead and walk him 4 times in the game, right? That's outside. I mean, no, they're not as good as, I mean, Barry Bonds used to say, hey, it doesn't matter who's hitting behind me. The only guy to protect me is me.
That's it, and he's right. And at this point, the only guy that can protect Albert Pujols is Albert Pujols. But, I mean, again, I just hope that he gets a chance to swing the bat.
Yeah, that's a ball outside.
Then maybe that's the point. You said, the object is to win the ball game. That's true. But, I mean, it's still a baseball game. It's still a game. Maybe that's why I couldn't be a manager, see, because I'm thinking about entertainment and all the other things and not just about winning all the time.
Oh, yeah. All you ever think about is entertainment.
Well, now that I'm a fan, yes. Well, it's easy for me to say that because my job's not on the line by pitching to Albert.
So Albert's coming up. What would Sparky have done?
Yeah. Well, the only guy that he feared like that was Willie McCovey. I mean, he was as afraid of Willie McCovey as most people are of Barry Bonds now.
He didn't like Stargell that much either.
No, but he pitched to Willie more than he did McCovey. McCovey was like, no, let's put him at first base.
Well, there were years where Sparky and nobody else would pitch to McCovey either. He had all the records for being walked intentionally and whatnot. 3-2 now to Gerald Laird. Runner at second. 2 down. Sparky, I remember, told me one time, he says, there's generally one guy on a team that I say before the game says, I'm not letting that guy beat us tonight. And McCovey was always one of them. 3-2 the count. Strike 3 call. Sinker over the outside at the knees. So just the one for Texas. Hollingsworth and Johnny Peralta and the slugger Travis Hafner. 3-1 Cleveland.
My dearest Lisa, as we enter our first day apart, I already miss you terribly. Believe me, honey, It's no picnic out here. But don't you worry about me. Somehow, I'll get through it. And know in your heart, I will see you soon. Though, I just can't say when. Patrick.
You'll find it hard to come back. The 244 horsepower Pilot from Honda.
The quest for independence is what drives Americans. It's no different when the subject is money or investments. You can pursue your financial independence your way. And TD Ameritrade is dedicated to helping you do that with knowledgeable people who inform without selling, with solidly independent research, straightforward pricing. The new TD Ameritrade. Independence is the spirit that drives America's most successful investors.
Saws that cut 50% faster. Hammers with larger sweet spots. Stronger, more rigid tape rolls. Fat Max tools from Stanley. Make something great.
Introducing the Sea-Doo Film Series. It's a whole new way to look at boats, and almost as fun as being on one of ours. Dive in at SeaDooFilms.com. Hurry in for special Sea-Doo offers now.
Wood finishing projects can feel too big to tackle, but Minwax always makes it easy with rich wood stains and clear protective finishes. It's that simple. Minwax makes and keeps wood beautiful.
Sunday night baseball from Cleveland, 3-1. Cleveland out front. But I think if you're Cleveland right now, you're a little concerned about what's been going on here because they've had chances to break this one open a little bit against Padilla, and Padilla has not allowed it. Rangers just got one back, so it's 3-1 now. Hollingsworth, then Johnny Peralta, and the cleanup man, Travis Hafner, coming up here. That curveball in for a strike. 1 ball, 1 strike. Now, Joe, Padilla, one of the problems he had in Philadelphia is sometimes things would start to unravel and then 3 or 4 runs get put on the board in that inning, right? There is Mark DeRosa, and Hollingsworth is 0 for 3.
Well, I think Padilla got a piece of that ball right there.
Vicente Padilla has kept things from, as you say, unraveling so far tonight.
Well, that was one of the things about him. I mean, when things started going badly for him, it would continue. But, you know, the guy's 28 years old now. Sometimes, you know, it takes guys or pitchers time to learn and how to deal with adversity and learn how to deal with just winning ball games. And as you mentioned, he could have 4 wins already this year if the bullpen would have held him properly. So, I mean, you know, this could be a different guy than the one that the Phillies saw for the last couple of years. But I still have to question the fact that, I mean, this guy won 44 games the last 4 years, and he's gone. I mean, for nothing. The guy they traded him for has been released already. So, but, I mean, I can understand sometimes you say, well, he's not going to get any better here. We got to, you know, move him.
There's Padilla on deck. And after missing with a couple of curveballs up and in, he blows that low fastball right by Johnny Peralta.
Well, he's been able to do that, keep Peralta off balance. He hasn't been able to catch up with the fastball the entire ball game. And that's a really good pitch right there. That ball started off the plate outside, moved right back to the outside corner. And you can see why people like Padilla or think that he has a lot of potential because, I mean, he does have great stuff. And he throws strikes.
2-2.
I mean, he's been throwing strikes the entire ball game. He's only walked 1 hitter. Although he did hit Ben Broussard.
Oh, if you're going to count that.
Yeah. Well,
sure.
Because he probably said Broussard should have gotten out of the way. I'm sure that's what he was thinking.
Well, he strikes out Peralta for the 2nd time. Although Peralta got him for an RBI hit back in the 3rd. Here's Travis Hafner. Let's go down to Peter Gammons. Peter?
Well, Travis Adler has a pretty unusual routine in between at bats as the DH. He'll always go in and look at video, both of the pitcher and of his last at bat. Then he likes to go into the weight room, do a little ab work, do a little arm work. He goes into the cage and hits. But as he starts to prepare to come out, he'll go in and ride the bike as hard as he can ride it for 5 to 10 minutes. He says it can be 40 degrees with the wind whipping in off the lake, and he'll still go up to the plate with a full sweat.
All right.
Well,
so we thought he's just sitting around in there waiting for his next at bat.
But John, that's one of the things I was talking about earlier when I say that, you know, the technology in this game has helped the hitters more than it's helped the pitchers. You know, you can make an out, go back, like he said, look at the last at bat, figure out what you did wrong, or figure out how the pitcher got you out, complete, you know, go back the next time with a better game plan. So I think it's, you know, the technology has really helped a lot of hitters.
Off the fist, that breaking ball. There is DeRosa. And the inning is over. That was one of the best innings of the night for Vicente Padilla. He and the Rangers right in this one. It's 3-1. Top of the order coming up for Texas in a moment. We'll talk with Eric Wedge, the Cleveland manager, from the dugout.
This is the Toyota Tundra. Of all full-size pickups, it has the lowest fuel cost, the lowest operating cost, the lowest cost of ownership, and the lowest depreciation. So it makes sense that of all full-size pickups, IntelliChoice named this best overall value. Now, I had a lot of heart for my old truck, but lately, just prefer to use my head.
Lease Tundra for $279 a month or get $1,500 customer cash. Toyota, a great way to keep moving forward.
It's been 4 years now since Tracy Shelf was diagnosed with cancer. Before that, a big decision was movie or card game. It still is. Trinity, a better experience.
Sunday Night Baseball, the final Major League game and the final day of the month of April. And it's been an eventful April in many venues all around baseball. Tonight, Cleveland trying to finish up a strong month. They are leading the Texas Rangers 3-1. And Eric Wedge, the manager of the Cleveland Indians, joins us now. Eric, many thanks for coming on with us from the dugout.
Eric, you've got the White Sox coming in. They've got their great starting pitching. What are you trying to do to combat that over the course of the long season?
Well, I think that with the experience that these guys have gained over the last couple of years, in particular last year, they do a pretty good job of making adjustments and, you know, working from starter to starter or from game to game or from series to series. And I think that's going to help us out over the course of this year.
Congratulations to you and your wife, Kate, on your birth of your daughter, Ava.
Thank you very much. Everything's going great. Kate and Ava are both great, and I'm very fortunate.
Well, the White Sox are going to be here. What this weekend? You got your pitching rotation set up. I know you got Sabathia for Tuesday.
Yeah, we're all set. You know, we feel strong about you know, our starting five, and you know, obviously we know that Chicago's starting five is you know, tops you know, probably in all of baseball last year, and they're doing a good job again this year. So it ought to be a good series.
Many thanks, Eric.
All right, thanks, guys.
All right, Eric Wedge. From the dugout, we're going to let him get back to work now as the Texas Rangers come to bat with the top of the order against Jake Westbrook. As he said, he feels very confident in their starting five, and Westbrook is a key man in that regard. Off to a somewhat of a slow start this year, but couldn't be any slower than last year. At one point last year, he was 2-9, but then he ended up winning 15 games anyway. Matthews 0 for 2. None of the first 4 hitters for the Rangers have been able to reach base. Matthews, Young, Teixeira, Nevin, and the first 4 hitters, all 4 of them 0 for 2 so far. Ooh, that was a close one. 1 ball, 2 strikes. Matthews is struck out, flied out, deep to left. There's Eric Wedge. He's the youngest manager in the majors, 38 years old. And that's down and in, 2-2 the count.
You know what I liked, his point was that, you know, these guys had one more, they've got one more year of experience of playing in play, you know, trying to get to the playoffs, chasing the White Sox last year down the stretch and even getting very close to catching them. And he thinks that experience will really help them this year in those close games against the White Sox.
And strike 3. And there is one away. you. You mentioned Eric Wedge's new daughter, Ava. Let's go down to Sam Ryan. Sam?
Yeah, and he has that glow about him, John and Joe. The first-time father, Ava Kaplan, was born less than 2 weeks ago on April 17th. They told me he spent an hour and a half with her on his own for the first time yesterday, has the feeding thing down, the whole diaper change routine down. He said he can't believe how so strong and smart she is already. She's already holding her head up and appearing to smile. He said he always looked forward to going home, but this has changed him because now he just can't wait to get home.
All right, well, there's then that's the actual story.
He said it definitely, has changed his outlook. So I think we've been there before, right? Yeah, changed your outlook.
Yeah, not so long ago.
Yours for the better, I'm sure.
I suddenly felt like it was even more important than ever that I get back to work. Get the job done. Do it well. Yeah. All right. And appreciate the fact that we're both still here. ESPN, 17 seasons, Sunday Night Baseball. And my children appreciate it as well. That's right. And Michael Young strikes out. Wow. I mean, this is pretty impressive what Westbrook is doing. I mean, Michael Young, the batting champion in the American League last year, and he is 0 for 3 in this game.
Well, he's been able to run the sinker in, although last time up, Young hit it hard to center field, but it was a sinker in, and he inside out of the ball to center field. That time he got him to chase a slide piece away.
Well, here's Teixeira, and just as has been the case in his first 2 at-bats tonight, he's batting with the bases empty. Nobody out there to try and drive in right now. The Rangers have only 3 hits against Westbrook. And that is a sinker down and away. Now that pitch was 93 miles an hour. So we got 2 pitchers tonight who have pretty good stuff.
And that was a heavy sinker as well, John. That ball really, when you talk about a heavy sinker, that means the ball, if you hit it off the end of your bat, it feels like you're hitting like a shot put or something. It's really a heavy sinker.
2-0 the count. That sinker low, and you see Teixeira, he's making him get the ball up a little higher than that. Teixeira struck out and topped one back to Westbrook. Phil Nevin on deck. He would be next. Well, Teixeira thought that was a little too low, but called a strike by Jerry Crawford. 3-1. 3-1 the count. Westbrook has 6 strikeouts and has walked only 1, given up only 3 hits. We're in the 6th. Oh man. Well, Teixeira took that one for strike 1, and now, after being so patient, he chased the next one.
Well, sometimes that happens. He thought the 3-0 pitch was a ball, and that one started in a similar position, except it sunk a little bit more.
3-2, 2 down. And he finally gets the walk. Second walk allowed by Westbrook.
Well, let's take a look at this at bat. Sinker away. Sinker really away. Sinker down. Here's the 3-0 pitch he thought was a ball. And that one was even a little bit lower. So you look at all those pitches. I mean, all of them are down low. At least he kept the ball down. That's what you're trying to do if you're a sinker ball pitcher. And he kept every pitch down in the zone or out.
Here's Phil Nevin. And he starts him off with the breaking ball. Strike 1.
Now, that's what we were talking about. If you don't want it, he threw all fastball sinkers to Teixeira, and all of a sudden, he feels that Nevin's going to be looking for the sinker, so he throws him a breaking ball.
You see Nevin, 21 runs batted in already this year. He's always been an RBI man. Rips that breaking ball foul. Now he's behind 0-2.
So that's what you do when you change your pace. You don't let them sit on a pitch. And I think it was a great call by Martinez and Westbrook to throw him a breaking ball on the first pitch after missing with all the sinkers to Teixeira.
Eric Wedge said before the game, as good a hitter as Martinez is, that he still realizes his #1 job is handling that pitching staff. That slider, and A little bit up and away, I guess, but taken by Nevin this time. There's Victor.
And that's hard for catchers to do sometimes, John. I mean, they know that their number one job going into the game is to call a good game. But sometimes your hitting interferes with that thought process.
I mean, Martinez, the kind of start he's had, he could be a batting champion as well as he's hit it. And back to the sinker. That's the first fastball he's thrown him. That missed inside.
I've always thought it was very difficult for catchers to win batting titles. We've seen Ivan Rodriguez be in the race a lot of times. Over the course of that long season, you wear down a little bit. And I think it's more difficult for a catcher to win than at any other position.
2-2 the count. And back to the breaking ball. He just got a piece of that one to stay alive. Wow. Still 2-2. Cleveland's backup catcher is Kelly Shopek. I talked with him a little bit before the game. I said, well, I mean, backup catcher in Cleveland behind Victor Martinez. How much have you been playing? He says, well, I'll give you this. I've had 5 at-bats.
And you'd think you'd have more because the Indians have scored a lot of runs, and sometimes you want to get your catcher out of there.
Oh, look out. He struck him out with another breaking ball, and the bat ends up out near second base, right over the head of Jake Westbrook, who strikes out the side. Victor Martinez coming up when we return.
You can book your stay online at motel6.com. See, we're hip. We'll leave the light on for you.
With sludge in your engine, it feels like something's holding your car back.
Let me guess, 16. Yeah.
That's why there's Castrol GTX. Compared to leading oils, it's the best protection against thermal breakdown and maximum protection against sludge buildup. Don't let sludge hold your car back. Get Castrol GTX.
It's more than just oil. It's liquid engineering.
When design impacts performance, performance returns the favor. The 6-speed, 298 horsepower G35. Behold, the shape of performance. Infinity, a line has been drawn. Now lease the Infinity G35 sedan for $359 per month.
Your picture-perfect lawn, suddenly destroyed by 2 types of insects. No matter, backed by Bayer's 100-plus years of crop science expertise, Bayer Advanced created Complete Insect Killer, the only product that combines 2 chemistries to eliminate insects above ground, plus below ground for up to 3 months, guaranteed. Time to kick back and relax? Not if you're a damaging pest. Bayer Advanced. Better science. Better results.
ESPN Sunday Night Baseball, presented by Taco Bell. Brought to you by John Deere. Check out the new line of riding mowers at johndeere.com today.
I'm John Miller with Joe Morgan. Peter Gammons, Sam Ryan are with us. We're at beautiful Jacobs Field in Cleveland. The view from the right field corner. And now for the Cleveland Indians, Victor Martinez will come up now. Victor, who hit .380 in the second half of last season. And he's 1 for 2 tonight. His average this year is .385. Victor Martinez from Venezuela. And he's become one of the best hitting catchers in the game. But as a kid, he wanted to be a shortstop. And he was a shortstop. He always played shortstop. I mean, he idolized guys like Ozzie Guillen, now the White Sox manager, who was an excellent shortstop for many years, and Omar Vizquel, who's won 10 Gold Gloves. But Joe, I mean, look, he's just not a shortstop guy. You know, his body said, no, we're thinking more catcher about you, Victor. He has flied out to center and hit a double in this game. He doubled into the left field corner, an opposite field double, and scored a run back in the 4th. He and the Cleveland Indians are out front 3-1. Vicente Padilla take a little too much time for him, and so he backs away. And the breaking ball is too high. 3-1. The hot-hitting Ben Broussard on deck. Ronnie Belliard due up third in the inning. And there's a little bit of a breeze blowing out toward left field. Vicente Padilla keeping his club in this game. That one is hit well. That one is back there and off the big wall, and the carom, they'll have to go chase it. But Victor's not a fast guy, like a shortstop. And he's got a double.
Well, we talked about it earlier. He's been using the entire field. That's 2 doubles to left field today. On a 3-1 count, that ball's off the edge of the outside part of the plate. But he goes out there and gets it. He's not trying to pull the ball. And he hits it deep enough that it hits off the middle of the wall and bounces away. And this was only going to be a double for just about any other hitter, because there's a short throw from left field to third base. You're not going to be able to get a triple out of that ball.
Well, I'd like to see what would have happened if Sizemore hit that one.
He probably would have been out at third.
So, he was fast enough, he would have tried it anyway.
Yeah.
All right, here is Ben Broussard. Remember now, he had 8 RBIs in a game against the Red Sox on Thursday. And then he wasn't in the lineup on Friday.
I think I'd have had to give him one more day. Give him one more shot.
Eduardo Perez played the next day, and he knocked in 2. That ball is hammered into right field. Mensch cuts it off. So he'll keep Broussard from a double, but scoring is Victor Martinez. And it is 4-1 Cleveland, the 13th RBI in the last 4 games for Ben Broussard.
Well, again, that's what these guys do. They pick up the runners when they get them in scoring position. Well, it's a low fastball, and he's looking for a ball that he can pull, and that's middle in, and he rips it to right field for a base hit, because he's trying to pull the ball because you have a runner at second with no one out, and he gets a low fastball and he rips it to right field. Good hitting, and hitting with a purpose.
Yeah, Broussard hitting over 400 this year, hitting over 490 against right-handed pitching. Strike 1 to Ronnie Belliard. He's 0 for 2 in the game. So Cleveland now leading 4-1 here in the 6th inning. I'm going back to that platoon, Joe, that you were questioning.
Yes.
And Eduardo Perez hitting 345.
Oh, no, I wasn't questioning the platoon. I was questioning it that particular day.
Wow. And that is a double play. Snatched there just above the ground by Teixeira, and he turns it into a pair.
And Teixeira, when I talked to him today, John, he was so happy with the fact that all his hard work had paid off, and last year he won a Gold Glove. He seemed to react to this ball, and that's not an easy play, especially coming off a right-handed hitter's bat, because you don't see it off the bat as well because he inside outs the ball, and good movement there by Teixeira.
So just like that, 2 down and nobody on. Bad luck for Ronnie Belliard. There's ball 1 to Ramon Vasquez. Vasquez is lined out to third and walked. How about this? We're talking about Cleveland and all their offense and how well they hit. All the sluggers in the lineup. And yet, Brandon Phillips is the guy they cut loose. They had no place for him, except as a utility guy. They thought, well, the guy who'd be better off as a utility guy is Ramon Vasquez. Phillips will not be happy doing that. The Reds picked him up in a trade, and he is having a great start to his season with the Reds, who are also having a great start as a team.
Yeah, and if they get Griffey back soon, they could actually stay in the hunt for a long time.
They've done almost all of it without Griffey.
Yeah.
Here is Wilson, C.J. Wilson, again in the Rangers bullpen, back of Padilla.
Beautiful slow curve there.
I mean, they always thought Brandon Phillips was going to be a star. That's why they demanded him in that trade. They sent Bartolo Colon to Montreal a few years back. Also in that deal, they got Grady Sizemore and Cliff Lee. But Brandon Phillips, it just never worked out for him here. And now it looks like he might end up being a star in Cincinnati.
Good place to be a star.
4-1, Cleveland on to the 7th.
okay? Oh, it's my arthritis pain. Arthritis pain? You gotta try my Aleve.
People with arthritis are sharing their good news about Aleve.
You gotta try this Aleve.
Good news about the strength and safety of Aleve.
Ooh.
Try my Aleve. It's amazing.
Good news that only Aleve has the strength to stop arthritis pain all day with just 2 pills. That would take 8 Tylenol. Aleve, that's good news you'll want to share.
To share your good news about Aleve, go to AleveGoodNews.com.
How can working with the right financial advisor answer the question, am I going to be okay?
If inflation goes up.
If I start spending my dividends.
If I buy another 30 acres.
If I travel Europe for a year.
Am I going to be okay?
10 years from now?
20 years from now.
If I live as long as my father.
What if I help my son start his own practice?
At Wachovia Securities, our financial advisors start with your life and plan your money around it. Talk to us.
Brock rolls to his left. He lets it fly.
Happy birthday, Nana. Happy birthday, Nana. Happy birthday, Nana.
Introducing LG Plasma and LCD TVs with the world's first built-in DVR. Pause, rewind, and record live TV so you never have to miss a thing. Thrilling as, convenient as, innovative as LG. LG, life's good.
Next on SportsCenter, Kurt Schilling with some chin music for Barry Bonds. Are Kobe and LeBron 1 game away from round 2? Shaq and the Heat in the best 2 out of 3. And why day 2 of the draft can make your NFL team. SportsCenter.
Here come the Rangers now into the 7th inning. It's Sunday Night Baseball from Cleveland. I'm John Miller with Joe Morgan, Peter Gammon, Sam Ryan also with us, and we're at Jacobs Field, the rubber match of the series. The Cleveland Indians on the eve of the arrival of the Major League champion White Sox trying to take this series. That ball is hammered by Blaylock, and it's off the base of the center field wall. Grady Sizemore plays the carom very nicely because it came off at an odd angle. And it is a double for Blaylock, his 2nd hit of the game against Jake Westbrook. Joe, we talked at the beginning of the game about all of the great offense on both of these clubs. But, of course, if you're going to compete with the White Sox, who have such strong pitching in the Central Division, you've got to have strong pitching. And Westbrook has been a guy who has struggled, especially lately, for Cleveland this year.
Well, he has struggled, but tonight he's pitching well. He's keeping the ball down against this good Texas offense.
It's only the 4th hit that he has allowed. He's thrown 87 pitches so far in this one. And the Cleveland is going to get something going in its bullpen for the first time. As Kevin Mensch, 7 homers in his last 8 games. He finally was kept in the yard last night for the first time in a while, as he became the 5th man in history ever to homer in 7 straight games. But they kept him from doing it last night. Of course, then, 8 home runs in 9 games is not too bad either. And a home run here would draw the Rangers to within 1 run.
7 home runs in a month is not too bad. It really isn't.
Yeah, that's if you average that, that's 42 for the year if you average 7. Jason Davis up in the Cleveland bullpen, a right-hander. So Mensch has had a stretch like the Albert Pujolses and the Barry Bonds of the world sometimes go into, the A-Rods and people like that.
It's amazing. I watch the highlights every night of Pujols hitting, and it seems like it doesn't matter where the ball is, in, out, up, down, wherever he hits it out. So he doesn't have one area where he can just hammer the ball. He's anywhere near the strike zone, he can hit it out.
The double that Blaylock just hit, by the way, is the only extra base hit the Rangers have had. And for somebody to do that against this slugging Texas lineup into the 7th inning again, the guy is pitching well.
Right. Well, he's been able to pitch well down because he's been able to keep the ball down for the most part.
That's into left field. That's a base hit. 2nd hit from Mensch. Over to 3rd and holding is Blaylock. And suddenly the Rangers have 1st and 3rd. Nobody out. Brad Wilkerson coming up.
Well, he had to elevate that ball a little bit because it was 3-1 count. Let's take a look at how he has pitched early in this ball game and been able to keep the ball down. And that's why he has been successful. And watch where these pitches are. Everything down, right? Down and on the outside edge. Down down, and even though it's in the middle, but it was a good sinker. Down off the top of the plate. Down, and here's a slider away, and it's down, and all those pitches were down. And that's what you want if you're a sinker ball pitcher. You want to keep the ball down.
Carl Willis out there at the mound now chatting with Westbrook, who's probably in his worst jam of the night right here. You see the previous 3 starts for Westbrook. He gave up 3 home runs at Detroit on the 14th. That's the most he's ever allowed in a game. He gave up 12 hits at Baltimore on the 19th, the most hits he's ever allowed in a game. And then in his last against the Red Sox, he walked 6 in 5 innings, tying his career worst for walks allowed in a game. Tonight, just 2 walks, only 1 run, only 5 hits allowed, no home runs. And facing a club that's one of the best hitting clubs in the American League. Brad Wilkerson has struck out and grounded into a force play. Wilkerson, they're playing for the double play here. They'd give away a run to get the double play. Wilkerson, remember, has struck out more often than any hitter in the majors so far this year, including once tonight. He struck out 37 times. He had 87 at bats. That is into right field. A ground ball right through the hole. Coming in to score is Blaylock. Mensch stops at second. Wilkerson with an RBI single. And now it is 4-2 Cleveland. 3 straight hits to start the inning against Westbrook.
Well, I think what happens, John, is that sinker is losing a little bit of its dip because he's kept the ball down, but they've hit the ball hard. And there comes Eric Wedge.
So that's going to be it for Westbrook here. He had a 3-hitter going through 6 innings and then 3 straight hits to start the 7th. And he's gone. Jason Davis will come in. Mark DeRosa coming up. 2 men on, nobody out.
At DuPont, we've tested and tested to find the best way to protect your car's finish inside and out. The result? DuPont Car Care products, the only ones with Teflon to form a non-stick protective barrier, so dirt and mud have a hard time sticking. Now visit us online for great deals on DuPont Car Care products.
Bye, Mom. Look both ways.
Hey. Hey.
Say thank you.
Thanks.
Buckle up.
So what's up? Nothing. Just ask her. You want to hit?
If you never told her, how will she know what to do?
Susu, if I take this left, will that get us to the restaurant? Oh, Susu, I missed that. I missed a turn. We need a new route. Susu, can I take this right? Susu, I think this looks familiar. Should I be turning here? We're totally lost, aren't we? Susu, we're lost.
If you miss a turn, remember, the easiest way to get a new route is TomTom, not Susu. Just tap on the screen and a helpful voice guides you wherever you want to go. TomTom is your portable, everyday GPS solution.
A John Deere 100 series can be yours starting at $13.99. Welcome to the John Deere neighborhood. Now available in more stores than ever. See the full line at johndeere.com.
Rangers making their move here in the top of the 7th. Now it's 4-2 Cleveland. 2 men on, nobody out. Jason Davis in to pitch. Say, fans, give a gift to more than just Mom this Mother's Day. Major League Baseball is donating $1 for the sale of special pink ribboned caps and shirts for the Susan G. Komen Breast Cancer Foundation. For more information, please visit MLB.com. John Miller with Joe Morgan, Peter Gammons, Sam Ryan, and Joe. Jason Davis comes on now in relief of Westbrook after a fine performance by Westbrook. Davis, 25 years old, and they've had some injury problems in their bullpen. They lost a couple of their top relievers early on this year, and whereas that created a hole, Davis, for him, it created an opportunity, and he's done pretty well.
Yeah, remember we were talking to Eric Wedge today, and that's what he said. Only he called him JD, but he said he has been pitching well out of the pen for him.
Well, I don't want to get too familiar.
Yeah.
For me, Jason Davis.
Right. And you're accurate.
Of Chattanooga, Tennessee.
Okay.
He'll turn 26 if you're thinking about maybe a birthday gift.
Okay.
A week from Monday.
I'll put that in my calendar.
By the way, a week from tonight, a week from Sunday, Sunday Night Baseball in Philadelphia. We'll check in on the Phillies and Pat Burrell and Bobby Abreu and company. That's a foul off the right field line by Mark DeRosa. Now, if DeRosa bunted here and it worked, you move the possible tying runs into scoring position with Gerald Laird due up next and then the top of the order. But the bunt, I don't think, is much a part of the game for these two clubs.
Well, especially in this situation, you're on the road, you're down by 2, and on the road, the theory is you try to win the ball game when you get a chance. You don't play for the tie. If this was the home team and they're down by 2, you might see a bunt. Although, as you mentioned, they don't do that very often.
Cleveland aligns its defense, though. They'll be ready just in case. That is a foul. He was late on that fastball. This guy's, he brings
hard.
it. Yeah, 94 miles an hour on that one.
Well, it's 94. Looks like he's got some movement as well. So 94 is 94, but if it's got 94 and some movement, that's even better.
0-2. Ooh, man. What do you think, Joe? What do you call it?
Little giddy up?
Yeah.
That was some giddy up. That was
98. Man.
I don't even know if you could bunt him. The guy throwing that hard.
Yeah. Nobody wants to.
Well, this is a fastball over the inside part of the plate, a little late on it, and this last one's going to be up and in. It's supposed to be away, but it's up and in, and he can't get to it.
Jake Westbrook, those runners out there belong to him. So he's more than just a casual observer here. As Jason, I mean, that was some gas, 98 miles an hour.
But then he came back with a slider.
Little slide piece to Gerald Laird. And now he's behind him. That's a broken bat. The ball hit softly. There's one, and that's all they'll get. The ball not hit well on the broken bat by Laird. So Wilkerson forced out at second. From Vasquez to Belliard, and Mensch moves over to third. He had to jump out of the way of that bat on his way to third.
Well, his fastball tailing in way off the plate inside, and Laird swings at it. Nice play by Vasquez. He ignores the bat, makes a quick throw to second, but they didn't have a chance for the double play.
And you saw Wilkerson going in there. DeRosa did it earlier. Both of them from over in the National League, and they both went in to wreak some havoc on a second baseman trying to turn a double play. All right, here's Gary Matthews, the leadoff man. 2 down, runners at first and third. Strike on the outside. 97 on the radar gun with that one. Mensch at third, Laird at first. Matthews is 0 for 3 tonight. He struck out twice against Westbrook while he was in there. Matthews hadn't had many chances like this with runners in scoring position, but is hitting .333 in these kind of clutch at bats so far. Davis looks Laird back to first. Laird is the possible tying run.
And remember, he stole a base earlier in the ball game, so he wants to make sure that he doesn't get in the scoring position because he is the tying run.
C.J. Wilson getting ready perhaps for the last of the 7th. That's out of play. So now he's quickly ahead of Gary Matthews, 0-2. Gary Matthews Jr. Cleveland. Now, after Matthews, if he could somehow keep this inning going, then the batting champion comes up next. Michael Young. First and third, 2 down. Ooh. Well, I like this, Joe. He's not trying to fool him or do anything tricky. He just reared back and busted it. 98 miles an hour.
I think that was an excellent pitch. 0-2. Try to get him to chase the high fastball, and they almost got him to go. Watch he's thinking about it.
You don't have much time to think about it with 98 miles an hour. 1-2. 2-2. Staying with the heat away from him and up. 97 on that one. Matthews hitting .258 for the season, right up to the moment. I'm guessing he's expecting more heat right here. And again, Wilson misses with it. Well, he's missed with 3 straight after getting ahead of him 0-2.
Well, that one, he just really rushed his motion and everything. He didn't really come to a set position. He just grabbed it and threw it. Jason did a lot behind it.
Jason Davis on the mound, who had him at 0-2, now 3-2. C.J. Wilson getting ready in the bullpen for Texas. And he walks him. Laird running on the pitch with 2 down. So the bases are loaded for the American League's current batting champion. Michael Young, and a base hit could tie this game.
Well, Young's a good fastball hitter, so we'll see how he matches up here with Davis.
And they've faced each other before, and Michael Young's done well against him. 5 hits in 10 career at-bats versus Jason Davis.
Well, you can almost match guys up without looking at the stats, because, I mean, he's a good fastball hitter and Davis is a fastball pitcher, so it's his best against what Michael Young likes.
So here we go. The Rangers trying to catch up right now. That was a little quicker than Young anticipated.
Well, that pitch was away. I think he started. He was committed looking for the fastball, and that ball ran away from him, and he couldn't stop it.
Just as you would expect with a good hitter. Young has been even better in his bases loaded at bats. Mensch, Laird, and Matthews the runners. That's into center field. That's a base hit. Mensch scores. Here comes Laird. Sizemore's throw too late. And the Texas Rangers have tied the game. The first hit of the game for Michael Young, and it is 4-4.
Well, he threw him a hanging breaking ball. I mean, he throws hard, and I guess he hasn't had success getting Young out with his good fastball before, so he throws him a breaking ball, and it kind of hangs, and Young just fights it off into center field. Right there, I mean, nothing on that pitch. And Young just kind of fights it off in the center field for a base hit. He didn't hit it that hard, but it was a semi-line drive into center field.
And all of the runs are charged to Jake Westbrook in the inning. So he ends up giving up 4 runs in a game where he had allowed only 1 run and 3 hits coming into the inning. Now the Rangers can go ahead. This is Mark Teixeira. All he did last year was drive in 144 runs. So you put a couple of men on base, and there aren't many guys that the Rangers would rather have up there than Teixeira ordinarily. Teixeira chasing that fastball. Teixeira, although he doesn't have that many RBIs, is hitting .320 with runners in scoring position this year. He's 0 for 2 with a walk in this game. Scott Sauerbeck, the veteran left-hander, now starting to get ready in the Cleveland pen. Changeup. It's 3-1. Phil Nevin, a right-handed hitter on deck.
Yeah, it might have been the same pitch he threw to Michael Young. It just kind of hung there, but it might have been a changeup instead of a breaking ball. I know it was off speed.
That one is down the right field line, a fair ball. And a fan interfered with it. We'll see what they're going to rule here. The umpire has to decide what would have happened. Matthews scores.
Well, you know what? I don't think this is right.
They're going to give him 2 bases and send Michael Young back to third.
Yeah, but I think Michael Young might have had an opportunity to try to score, but I couldn't see where the fan interfered with it, where he was when he did. But I guess he accepts the fact Merriweather probably told him that it bounced into the stands. Let's take a look, because Buck went back awfully quickly. Let's see if it bounces. Well, it went into the stands, yeah. It went in on its own. That's what it is. Because otherwise, I mean, I think Michael Young had a chance to score. Right there.
Yeah, so it was not fan interference.
No.
It just bounced into the stands. An automatic double, and everybody else just moves up 2 bases, and that's it.
Yeah, because I thought he would have been able to score if it would have been fan interference. But since it bounced into the stands, it is not fan interference, and it's 2 bases, automatic or ground rule double in this case for them.
If it is fan interference, then the umpire has to decide what would have happened if the fans had not interfered. Here's Nevin. That ball is hit well. Right center field, and that's going to be extra bases. Young scores. Teixeira scores, and they've got Nevin hung up. The ball then dropped, and oh boy. Johnny Peralta, he thought Nevin was going back to first. Nevin, after Peralta dropped the ball, then said, well, I'm just going to go ahead and go to second then. So 2 more runs are in. A double for Nevin. He's got 23 RBIs this year, and it's all crumbling down around the Cleveland Indians. 6 runs have scored in the inning. The Rangers lead 7-4, and Sauerbeck will be summoned from the bullpen to face Blaylock.
Things that make modern life modern come from one place, chemistry. Learn more at AmericanChemistry.com.
Introducing the new John Deere Select Series featuring 4-wheel steer. Maneuverability has reached the turning point. See our entire new line at johndeere.com.
Hallway. Kitchen. Dining room. Here he comes.
The right floor makes everybody happy. That's why Lowe's has the widest selection of any national retailer, whether it's tile, hardwood, or carpet. We'll even install it for you. Lowe's. Let's build something together.
Use your Lowe's card and pay nothing for 12 months on purchases of $299 or more now through April 30th.
A John Deere 100 series can be yours starting at $13.99. Welcome to the John Deere neighborhood. Now available in more stores than ever. See the full line at johndeere.com.
Whoops.
With the Emerald Club, you can bypass the counter, choose your own car, and get an e-receipt. National. Green means go.
Well, interesting things going on around at second base there as that throw came in, as Phil Nevin had decided, well, I can't make it to second base. Johnny Peralta then did not handle the throw, and then everything changed, but Peralta didn't know about it. Let's go back and have a look.
Well, it's hard for Peralta to know because he sees him slide. Now, he thinks he stops his momentum so he could try to go back to first base. So he thinks he's going back to first, but I mean, it's a really smart play by Nevin. You know, because he thinks he knows that he has fooled him. He thinks he's going back to first. He said, well, I have no chance to get back. I might as well try to go to second. And he makes it easily.
I mean, Peralta turned his back on Nevin for a second to retrieve the loose ball. The last time he saw Nevin, he was going back to first. So he gets ready to throw him out at first base. And wait a minute, he's not going back to first anymore. And Phil Nevin, that's probably one of the best slides I've ever seen, Joe, by a guy who is still 25 feet from the bag. Usually guys slide that well when they're going into the bag.
Well, it was smart because that's how he stopped his momentum from going to second base.
The man who started all of this for the Rangers, 6 runs ago. Hank Blaylock gets another shot at it. Blaylock hit a double, a booming double off the center field wall. One of 2 hits he's had tonight, and it continues his outstanding start to the season. He's hitting .347 now, and he's hitting .347 with power.
just missed that one.
Grady Sizemore. All right. The Rangers have exploded. A 6-run rally. Now they lead by 3. But the vaunted Cleveland offense, let's see if they'll answer back.
For relaxation, exercise, or family fun, it's Century Pool, located behind Toys R Us in Moline. At Century Pool, every swimming pool is custom made to your specifications. In ground and above ground, we have it all. At Century Pool, we also carry all of the supplies you'll need to maintain your pool. You'll also find a huge selection of spas and hot tubs to relax in. See our large showroom and check out the new River Pool by Century that lets you swim in place at your own pace. Expertise, knowledge, and competitive pricing, Century Pool behind Toys R Us in Moline.
Mill Chevrolet just got a $50,000 authorization to buy your trade-in. Get $500 extra for your trade. Mill's just got approved for a special fund of over $50,000 to assist in buying your trade. Get an extra $500 when you trade any year, make, or model on a new or certified used vehicle. Mills is the only GM dealer authorized for this special trade assistance fund. Act now while the money's on hand, because when the extra money is gone, it's gone. When the other dealers won't, don't, or can't, remember, if anyone can, Mills can.
Playoffs continue Friday on ESPN and Sunday on ABC.
Which car just got the top safety pick gold rating? The top safety pick gold rating went to the all-wheel drive Subaru Impreza. Unsurpassed safety made affordable. It's what makes a Subaru a Subaru.
I get a little bit closer.
At $199 a month and zero due at signing, the Subaru Impreza makes safety more affordable.
Well, it's been a long day for Strahan. What a lovely shot!
Yeah! Hey, maybe it's your deodorant. Let's start over. No, this time start with Right Guard Gel. No other gel is stronger. Right Guard. Start right and right.
Back in Cleveland, where the Texas Rangers have exploded for 6 and have a 7-4 lead now, as Cleveland comes to bat in the last half of the 7th inning. Peter Gammons is here with us during the 7th inning stretch. Peter?
Well, John, you talked a little bit earlier about just how the Jake used to be filled. They sold out every game from 1996 through 2000. But it was a very different time. When this ballpark opened, there was no professional football team. The basketball team was pretty much an irrelevancy, and the economy was booming. Well, now they're averaging only 23,000 a game, which is 7th lowest in all of baseball, and it's a far different time. The Browns are immensely popular. LeBron James owns this city, and the economy has lost more than 300,000 jobs in the 21st century. The Indians know that to get the Jake filled up again, they're going to have to win.
Well, and that's a very good assessment and overview of what's happened here in Cleveland, because, I mean, this place, I remember thinking that it reminded me of Fenway Park a little bit when you come here, because it was always filled, and they didn't care who the Indians were playing. They just loved to watch the Indians, because it was an exciting lineup, an exciting ball club that had lots of charisma. But then they tore it apart and started over again. And, Joe, you'd like to see those big crowds back again, because this young Cleveland ball club is a very fun team to watch.
Definitely fun, enjoyable, very enjoyable to watch them play the game.
Well, there is C.J. Wilson, a left-hander, 25 years old, from Southern California, went to Loyola Marymount. He's on a relief of Vicente Padilla, trying to help the Rangers hold a lead now. And that has been a problem all too often for the Rangers so far this year. Casey Blake leads off in the top of the order. Grady Sizemore and Todd Hollingsworth will follow. Off the outside, 2-0. Cleveland averaging, see, this is where you and I differ, not more than 6 runs a game, averaging nearly 7 runs a game.
All right.
Shallow right, Mensch, and there is one away. Let's take a look at our Lowe's home team advantage now. And Jacobs Field, they still have the record 455 consecutive home sellouts. I mean, that's nearly 6 consecutive seasons of sellout crowds. Fenway Park is the current mark. They've sold out nearly 3 full seasons of games at Fenway. Here is Grady Sizemore, the leadoff man. That's ball 1. He has tripled and scored and twice struck out. So Cleveland now trailing 7-4. Yeah, he got jammed in that one. I mean, this was a pitcher's game most of the way.
Yes, it was.
The first 6 innings.
Pitched ball game most of the way. But that's what good hitting teams can do. They erupt for big numbers in 1 inning, or you can hold them for so long, and then all of a sudden they just erupt.
Oh, they got him. Grady Sizemore hit by the pitch. With 1 out, and now Collinsworth will come up. We're going to go to John Buccigross in the studio for a SportsCenter 30 at 30 update.
Thank you, John. The Wizards beat the Cavaliers. LeBron James played well, 38 points, 7 of 12 shooting threes, but Gilbert Arenas had 34, and the Wiz evened the series at 2 games apiece. Kobe Bryant hit this shot at the buzzer in overtime. Lakers beat the Suns. They lead their series 3-1. Complete highlights, details, and reaction on SportsCenter after the game or ESPN News right now. John.
All right, John, thank you. And we'll look forward to that. Right now, Cleveland trying to mount a comeback. Mark Connor, the pitching coach, out to talk to C.J. Wilson. And Joe, going back to that big inning for the Rangers, the 6-run rally, the reliever, Jason Davis, had 2 down and an 0-2 count to Gary Matthews Jr. with those first 2 pitch strikes, and he looked pretty good.
Well, then he started to overthrow, just trying to put him away, and you can see the difference in the first 2. The ball just running away because he's trying to overthrow to get that last fastball by him, and the last 4 pitches weren't even close.
Not even close.
Because he was just overthrowing, trying to just punch him out with a good fastball.
And then Michael Young came up, 2-run single. The game was tied. Collinsworth, he went around with it, strike 1. Collinsworth did not like that call. Teixeira hit a double to put him ahead. Nevin also hit a double to put them further ahead. Now, Collinsworth ordinarily would not be in there against a lefty, but he replaced Jason Michaels. At the last minute tonight, Michaels with flu-like symptoms was scratched from the lineup. That is fair. He gets 1 to second. He'll have to tag him. It is a double play. And that is a Gold Glover at work. Mark Teixeira. Wow. We're heading to the 8th inning now. Kevin Mensch coming up, 7-4, Texas.
People everywhere are experiencing a breakthrough.
Let us observe my client after eating a spicy chicken burrito. I was full. And what were you full of? Great taste. Fullness and great taste from a value menu. I do believe I rest my case.
Taco Bell's Big Bell Value Menu featuring the spicy chicken burrito with shredded chicken simmered in Mexican spices to keep your stomach and your wallet full. Think outside the bun.
Agent 24/7, come.
New Prudential real estate signs.
Now with Yahoo, very powerful. You'll need to reload.
More than usual.
You're going to need them. Our exclusive relationship with Yahoo Real Estate has produced this new internet technology that makes it easier than ever to find or sell a home.
It's the future of real estate.
Prudential Real Estate and Yahoo together. The future of real estate now.
When it comes to fuel efficiency, you may think you know Chevy.
But here are some things you may not know.
9 out of 10 cars Chevy sells get an EPA estimated 30 highway miles to the gallon or better.
And Chevy's thought of ways to save fuel by running on 4 cylinders for efficiency.
Or 8 for power.
Then there's Silverado Hybrid.
The first full-size hybrid pickup.
Chevy, America's #1 brand, America's #1 value. See your local Chevy dealer today.
Center field is definitely my home. And I'm always ready to hit that wall. Sometimes I hit the wall so hard, it rattles my brain. But I'd rather rob a home run than hit a home run any day of the week. Just to see the expression on their face, that's the best feeling ever. I live for this.
Catch Major League Baseball all season long on ESPN. Don't miss it.
ESPN Sunday Night Baseball is presented by the Spicy Chicken Burrito on Taco Bell's Big Bell Value Menu. Think outside the bun. And in part by Chevy, baseball's #1 fan. Chevy, an American revolution. And Prudential Real Estate, the future of real estate now.
Back at Jacobs Field, I'm John Miller with Joe Morgan, Peter Gammons, Sam Ryan. And here's Danny Graves, former closer of the Cincinnati Reds. Back here in Cleveland, where it all started for him, and he's trying to resurrect his career right now. That sinker in there for a strike to Kevin Mensch. Mensch hit a single, fueling that 6-run rally in the 7th inning. Texas ahead, 7-4. In the fist, and fouled it off. Maybe his shin or his ankle. Ouch.
And one of the things that you had to notice in that inning, with Davis being a fastball pitcher, how hard Texas actually hit the ball. I mean, Michael Young hit an off-speed pitch that he didn't hit that well, but the ball by Teixeira, the one by Mensch, the one by Nevin, all those balls were hit real hard.
Let's see where it hit off Mensch. He's already wearing that little partial shin guard there.
Looks like it hit him on the knee, up on the inside of his left knee.
Well, apparently he's okay. I mean, not great maybe, but he's well enough to continue here. Jamie Reed, the head trainer for the Rangers, came out to make sure he was okay. And that sinker low and outside. New first baseman in the game for Cleveland. There is Eduardo Perez. Remember when Ben Broussard got a hit by that breaking ball right on the knee back in the 4th inning? And apparently that finally caught up with him. He left because of a right knee contusion, and that is strike 3 for Kevin Mensch. So he is now 2 for 4 in this game. No homers though. I had him out.
Well, I did too, but I guess the other pitch wasn't a strike.
Okay. We had him at 0-2, didn't we? And there is. So he didn't strike out. He grounded out. All right, 1 away. Well, Mark Teixeira, we've seen him made a couple of 5 plays. It was a spectacular double play in that 7th. You talked to him, Joe, about the fact that he won a Gold Glove last year before the game.
People always think of you. They talk about your home runs, your RBIs. You want a Gold Glove. How important was that for you?
It's something I take a lot of pride in. Defensively, you can show up every single night. I'm going to have nights where I go 0 for 4 with 4 strikeouts. And if I can make a big play in the field to help my team win, or even just make the routine plays to help my team win, it's really important to me. So I've worked very hard at first base, and last year I was fortunate enough to win a Gold Glove.
Well, he made a play to his right that turned into a double play, and a play to his left for a double play.
Danny Graves tags Brad Wilkerson going by. Wilkerson, who knocked in a run in that 6-run 7th inning rally with a single. He's retired.
There's Teixeira, the 2005 Gold Glove winner. And it was so interesting when you talk to the guy. I mean, he has a great understanding, again, of who he is and where he belongs in this Texas team. Look at that. I mean, this is a great play. Right, it was going to go right over the back, touches the back. Now, here's the tough thing. You see Michael Young on the inside. That gives him a clear and throwing lane, so he won't hit the base runner in the back. That was a perfectly executed play by both Teixeira and Michael Young.
And they've been partners out there for a long time. In the batting order and on the infield.
John, last week I talked to the former commissioner, Fay Vincent, and I promised him that we would plug his book, The Only Game in Town. And, it's stories from the 30s and the 40s, interviews with some Negro League players and some of the great players of that era. And it wasn't to hype it for him. All the money from the book is being donated to the Hall of Fame. So it was a book he wrote to raise funds for the Hall of Fame. So I promised him last week I would promote it, but we had that 1-0 game things going on. We even had Tony Kornheiser in the booth. So we didn't have time. So we got to do it twice today. So that's once. All right.
We would have had to pardon ourselves to Tony Kornheiser for the interruption.
Yeah.
If we'd if we'd done that. So the name of the book, you got to give us the name of the book again.
The Only Game in Town.
All right.
Stories from the 30s and the 40s. And there are a lot of interviews with a lot of the Negro League players of that era and the Major League players from that era. And he said it's a wonderful book. I haven't had a chance to read it yet. It was being sent to me. But the money is going to the Hall of Fame. I think that's the key. All the money raised is for, things to go to the Hall of Fame.
And I know Fay Vincent said he was talking to people like Buck O'Neill.
Yeah, a lot.
And hearing all these great stories. And it occurred to him, says, when these people are gone, all those stories are gone. And so he traveled all across the country looking up those players for that era and conducted these interviews with them. And it's all out there in the record. And I think really a relatively small sampling in this book. There may be more books to come.
Yeah, the thing about it, I remember, he said these guys might be gone. I remember Joe Black was kind of my link to the Negro Leagues. We used to talk about it all the time. Every time I saw him, we'd talk about stories in the Negro League, Satchel Paige, etc., all those guys, Josh Gibson. And then Joe Black passed away. And I felt guilty because I didn't have anything. I didn't, interview Joe, so to speak, and keep all those things. And Larry Doby, of course, played here in Cleveland, and, he passed away a few years ago. So all those guys are, as Faye said, are not going to be around forever. And that's an era that is a real important part of our culture here in baseball. But he talked to major leaguers and Negro League players, so it was great.
So the name of the book is
The Only Game in Town.
And Fay Vincent. And so many of the... It's not just their stories about themselves, but about their era.
Exactly.
And the players they played against, how the game was played.
And I remember the first time I had a chance to sit and talk to Satchel Paige. I mean, he had story after story after story, man, and I was sitting there just mesmerized just by who he was, and the stories were even better. So I know it was a great thing that, Faye did. I know he had to enjoy it to sit there and be able to interview those guys and talk to them.
So you sat and talked with Satchel Paige?
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Yeah.
I mean, has that been in one of your books?
No, I probably mentioned it, but Willie Stargell used to have raise money for sickle cell anemia, had a bowling tournament, and Satchel Paige and a lot of the great players came in those days. They would all come to Willie's tournament, and I had a chance to sit down and talk to him. And I don't know if you ever saw the movie Bingo Long and the All-Star.
Traveling All-Star.
Hey, Satchel, that was Satchel Paige. I mean, he was just like that, full of life and just kind of very funny.
So the count to Gerald Laird now.
He was kind of like Yogi Berra, too. He had all these quotes that were attributed to him. What was the one? Don't look back. Yeah. Something might be gaining on you. That's when you're speaking of age.
Stay away from fried foods because they angry the blood. 3-2 the count. Now, when I was a kid, I read a biography about Satchel Paige. And they say that his control was so pinpoint accurate that he could put like a dollar bill down and go out to the pitcher's mound and put it right over the dollar bill. But the runner goes and the ball is fouled by Laird off his foot. It's 3-2. All right, so
exactly
the only game in town.
The only game in town. Right. Fay Vincent. Yeah, we mentioned it, so make up for last
week. Not because Fay did this research, did the book, but because it's a worthy read.
A great read. Fan. Yeah, a great read, and also
to benefit
great cause.
A great cause. Right. I'm glad you mentioned it. 3-2. There goes the runner. And that is foul. So Graves will have to try it again. After Laird, who is 0 for 3 in the game, it'll be Gary Matthews Jr. The top of the order comes up. Cleveland in the last half of the 8th, by the way. Looking ahead a little bit. Johnny Peralta, Travis Hafner, and Victor Martinez, some of their biggest hitters coming up as they try and mount a comeback here, trailing 7-4. Peralta, there's Victor Martinez, Hafner the DH. 3-2 the count. There goes the runner. And again, Laird fouls it away.
And a good job by Laird. I mean, a couple of pitches inside, he pulls them, ball away, fights it off the other way. When I talked to Buck today, he was telling me how good a player he thought Laird was going to be. And, you know, they had Rod Barajas there, and he said this guy's going to be a very good player.
There goes the runner. Right to Grady Sizemore. All right, the big hitters are coming up for Cleveland. This may be their best shot to get back in this one. Peralta, Hafner, Victor Martinez when we return.
Hey guys, we're here.
Forerunner, expanding your universe. Toyota, moving forward.
Introducing the new John Deere Select Series featuring four-wheel steer. Maneuverability has reached the turning point. See our entire new line at johndeere.com.
Out cold and ends up refreshing. Coors Light. Taste the cold.
Introducing the new X Games inspired Moto X bike. Built for performance, 20-inch BMX dual suspension, front and rear disc brakes, and Moto X styled saddle and fenders. Ride Moto X style.
This copyrighted telecast is presented by authority of the Office of the Commissioner of Baseball and may not be reproduced or retransmitted in any form, and the accounts and descriptions of this game may not be disseminated without express written consent.
Here come the Cleveland Indians. Last of the 8th inning. They're down 7-4 here on Sunday Night Baseball. It's the rubber match of the series. They're awaiting the arrival of the Major League champion Chicago White Sox tomorrow night. And they want this win before they have to engage the White Sox again. They've got not just the White Sox, but also the Detroit Tigers ahead of them in the standings. Here's Johnny Peralta, the third place hitter. Then the cleanup man, Travis Hafner, and then Victor Martinez. They get three of their very best. Try and get something going here against Tom Wilson. A little bit low with the off-speed pitch. 1 ball, no strikes. Peralta 1 for 3. His one hit was a 2-out RBI single back in the third. He also struck out twice, all against Vicente Padilla. Slow chop, and it rolls foul. And that was the only way they were going to keep Peralta from taking up residence at first base right there. Ball and a strike. Let's take a look at our passion for excellence presented by Bridgestone Tires. We're in the National League right now. How about Pedro Martinez and Greg Maddux, both 5-0. A bigger surprise, I think, for Maddux, first time in his career he's ever won the first 5 decisions, first 5 starts of a season. And Albert Pujols, yeah, biggest star, 14 home runs in April, a Major League Baseball record. Now, how about this? Show the Cincinnati Reds 17-8.
I think I picked them, didn't I?
Yeah, but that was 1976. Hey, you picked the Reds?
You know what's interesting there? Maddux 5-0 and Martinez 5-0, and you know what? They're pitching very similarly in that they're changing speeds, not overpowering guys. Even Martinez now, he's changing speeds very well. And a lot of these big swingers are playing right into their hands.
There is Antonio Alfonseca for the Rangers now. The Rangers made a little change here, at least for the time being. Francisco Cordero, their closer, has been moved out of that role. He's had terrible time in that role in the month of April. Now it goes to 3-2. And they made Akinori Otsuka, who was a setup man, the closer. And he got a save here yesterday in his first chance. And Alfonseca then would be the sort of the setup man in front of Otsuka. Well, Peralta helped him out a little bit. That was off the outside, and instead of taking a walk, he strikes out on a foul tip. One away. Let's go down to Peter Gammons now.
Well, John, Joe, one of the things Buck Showalter says that hitters today are so well trained to hit fastballs. They're hitting tennis balls at 100 miles an hour. They're hitting off pitching coaches at 45 feet. That their fast twitch skills are so great that you can't have closers coming in throwing 95, 97, and 98 and only heat, because they can hit fastballs. And I think it really plays. He thinks that the closers, you have to be able to throw strikes and change speeds. And I think it plays into what Joe was talking about with Maddox and Martinez.
Well, definitely that's why these guys are so successful right now, I believe, because they're able to change speed so much better than the other pitchers.
Here's Travis Hafner, and that's ball one inside.
I remember when I was a rookie, Eddie Matthews, a great Hall of Famer and home run hitter, he said to me, Joe, I can hit a speeding bullet. I don't care how hard they throw it. If it comes in straight, I can hit it.
And ball two to Hafner. Well, I mean, Pedro Martinez can still, when he needs it, rear back and give you a great fastball. But he got a lot of other stuff in his repertoire. And Maddox is not that kind of a pitcher. Now, he can't rear back and bust at 94 miles an hour. But, I mean, he's got one at 87, the next one's at 82, and then he's got change-ups and breaking ball. I mean, and everything moves. He doesn't throw anything straight. And his control is just as good as it's ever been.
And he kind of invented that new pitch, started in on the left-handed hitter, then move back on the outside corner, or start off the outside corner on the right-hander and move back on the edge. So he's been able to get a lot of hitters off balance with that pitch.
He seems to defy the laws of physics.
And he's had a lot of guys looking at the balls lately, checking to see if he was doing anything illegal, and in some ways that's playing right into his hands. If he's got you thinking about something else rather than trying to hit the baseball.
Fernando Cabrera up in the Cleveland bullpen, and that's a base hit for Hafner. He had an RBI single his first at bat tonight, and he is now 2 for 4. Right now they need base runners. That's why it was a disappointing at bat for Peralta. He had a walk and he refused to take it. So here's Victor Martinez now.
Well, when you get a 3-1 fastball, pretty much in the middle of the plate, that's what you're supposed to do with it. Hit it hard someplace, and Hafner hits a line drive back through the middle for a base hit.
Hit number 7 for Cleveland. Victor Martinez now. He flied out to center his first time. Hit a double down the left field line and scored a run in the 4th. And then doubled off the left field wall in the 6th and scored a run. He's 2 for 3.
All hitting left-handed.
Now we'll see him from the right side. And so far this year, batting right-handed, he's hitting .487. So we've seen him hit 2 doubles as a lefty. Now we're seeing him from his strong side. Wow. .487. The 0-1 pitch. It's a little bit low. And they've got the right-hander, Alfonseca, getting ready in the bullpen. The right-handed hitter, Eduardo Perez, is due up next. He's out on deck. He came in for the injured Ben Broussard. There's Perez. Martinez gets aboard. They'll probably make a pitching change. That almost hit him in the foot. 2-1 the count to Martinez. Showalter. They've done such a complete overhaul of that starting rotation, and they've shown a lot of good signs that this could be a much more effective rotation than they've had in recent years. And then suddenly Francisco Cordero, who'd been so reliable as a closer 2 years ago, had another pretty good year last year, and he just couldn't get it done this year. Did he swing? Now it's 3-1. He got to go after him, Joe. I mean, you walk the guy, you make the next guy the possible tying run.
Well, that's exactly the situation he had Hafner in, and he threw him a fastball, and he lined it into center field for a base hit. Can't pitch from behind.
Here's Hafner at first. Center field. Matthews. And he turned the wrong way, and it bounces up against the wall. Into third is Hafner. A double for Victor Martinez, his third consecutive double.
Well, when that ball was hit, it looked like it was going to the left side of center field, but it seemed to me that that ball might have been knuckling, and it just ended up going back the other way.
He had him turned around 2 or 3 different times going after that one. That's it for C.J. Wilson. The possible tying run is coming up for Cleveland. We'll be back.
It's been 7 years now since Henry Potter was diagnosed with cancer. Before that, the joys of family and farming filled his mind. They still do. Trinity, a better experience.
This is the Toyota Tundra. Of all full-size pickups, it has the lowest fuel cost, the lowest operating cost, the lowest cost of ownership, and the lowest depreciation. So it makes sense that of all full-size pickups, IntelliChoice named this best overall value. When this comes rolling off the assembly line in Indiana, they have every right to be proud of it. And knowing that's where it's from, I'm proud to drive it.
Lease a new Tundra double cab for just $289 a month. Toyota, a smart way to keep moving forward.
Like, she's not, like, listening to me.
Have you tried not saying like every other word?
What?
Remember your ski trip story?
Yeah.
I was, like, going down the hill, and, like, this guy, like, cut me off, and, like, there was a crowd, and, like,
come on, that's
and I was
not
like,
me.
look, stuff either happens or it doesn't happen. Stuff doesn't sort of like happen.
Holy.
Okay, the presentation's tomorrow, so let's make sure we all know our usual responsibilities. Jeff, you keep feeding me old information. Dean, I need you to continue not living up to your resume. Sue, you're in charge of waffling.
Are you sure?
Jerome, you'll talk a big game, then do nothing.
Let's do it.
Rick, can you fold under pressure for me?
Like a lawn chair.
And Ted, you just keep thinking everyone's out to get you.
They are.
I'll be at FedEx Kinko's, where they'll help me design, print, copy, and finish the proposal.
Put your presentations together at FedEx Kinko's. Make it, print it, pack it, ship it. Our office is your office.
MLB.tv now on ESPN.com. Sign up today.
7-4 Rangers over Cleveland, and a fly ball that didn't go where Gary Matthews thought it would go.
Well, there's the 405 sign. That's where it starts. Now watch where this ball starts. Right there, and now look where it ends up. I mean, he thought it was going toward the 405, and it ended up going toward right center field. I think, and then he looked up the flag. I think the wind was bothering it. But let's take another look at it and watch. You'll see he's looking at it to go one way, and the ball just all of a sudden ends up going the other way.
And it almost looked like he said, "Oh no!"
He did, because he was trying to keep it from going over his head on his left side.
Oh, he hit the runner in foul ground. A line drive by Eduardo Perez. It hit Travis Hafner, but in foul ground.
Well, that's why you take your lead in foul ground, because if you're hit by the ball in fair ground, obviously, you're out. But you can see he's in foul territory over here. And looks a little bit like Tommy Lasorda in the All-Star game that day. Couldn't get out of the way, but you can see that he takes his lead in foul territory for that reason.
And that slider, Alfonseca, a hard thrower with a hard sinker, but always a devastating slider. Perez usually in there against left-handed pitching. Broussard left with an injury. Oh, there it is.
Yeah, nice slide piece.
1-2. Now, Eduardo Perez this year has only had 5 at-bats against a right-handed pitcher.
And we saw one of those in the game in Chicago after he started against Burley, and then he ended up batting in the same ball game
against a right-handed reliever.
Yeah.
2-2 the count. You saw the sinker from Alfonseca, and that one was clocked at 94 miles per hour. He got great stuff. He got a closer at times in the past. Runners at second and third, 1 out. And he struck him out. That slider, that was just nasty.
As you said, it's a devastating slider because it looks like a fastball, and then it seems like the bottom falls out of it rather than breaking down. So that ball starts up, and then by the time Laird catches it, it's very low. See, it looks like it's going to be up, but the ball just explodes downward.
And here is Ronnie Belliard. 2 down for Cleveland. And there's ball 1. And he's throwing that slider 88 miles an hour.
Well, one of the things that Cleveland has done this game, though, John, is pick up the runners with 2 outs. So it's up to Fonseca to close this inning out.
Base hit could make this a 1-run game. Hafner at third, Martinez at second. In the dirt. We've got the left-handed batting, Ramon Vasquez, on deck. There's Bob Wickman and Fernando Cabrera. Wickman is the closer. And Cabrera just back from the disabled list today. So Cabrera probably getting ready in case they're still behind going to the 9th inning. Wickman, in case they get better news. Fastball up and away. 3-0. Belliard has done really well since coming to Cleveland. I mean, with the bat and in the field, he's been a leader in the clubhouse, a veteran presence. But right now, only 3 hits in his last 19 at-bats. He's 0 for 3 tonight. But he gets a 4-pitch walk. So now the possible tying runs are on base. Boone is out of the dugout. It is Boone who is going to bat rather than the utility infielder Vasquez. Boone was being rested tonight. But now with 3 men on, the game in the line. Here comes Boone. We'll see if he can get a big hit. Is hitting .321 for the year with runners in scoring position, and apparently here in Joe, we didn't realize this, but he is bad to the Boone. He has never had much success against Alfonseca. Only 1 hit in 10 at-bats. 3 men on, 2 men out. Too low. And again, the Rangers, they could be reliving some bad dreams out there because this is something they've seen over and over again. The Rangers have had 6 blown saves in the month of April. At the knees for a strike.
Good fastball right on the outside part of the plate. So smart by Boone not to offer at it because there wasn't much he could do at that pitch.
Hafner, Martinez, and Belliard, the 3 runners. Low and outside, 2-1. He's trying to make him bring it up. Buck Showalter pacing in the dugout.
Like you say, he does a lot of that once he goes to his bullpen.
Belliard, the runner at first, is the possible tying run. That ball is a soaring foul. Back out of play. So now it's 2-2 to Aaron Boone, longtime postseason hero of the New York Yankees. His home run in Game 7 against the Boston Red Sox in the League Championship Series in 2003 won the pennant for the Yankees that year. 2-2, 3 men on, 2 men out. Slider, and right there to pick it up, Hank Blaylock steps in the bag with a force out of Martinez. The inning is over. Fonseca gets through it. Still 7-4 Texas. The top of the order coming up for the Rangers.
Multi-State Insurance Company.
Hello. I'd like a car insurance quote, please. Yeah, hi. Hello. Yeah, I'd like a quote, please. Can I have a car insurance quote? Need a quote. Yeah, I'm looking for a car insurance quote, please. Quote, please. Just need a quote.
Hey, think easier. Think Progressive. We give you our direct rate for car insurance plus the rates of other top companies instantly. Go to Progressive.com.
There you are. That nice and soft, huh? Look at that. That's all soft. It's all safe. Everything's safe. You want to complain? You want to come? Oh, there's.
It's the first of 1,000 times. You'll protect her and let her go. Lowe's. Let's build something together.
Coach says, why pay more to stay somewhere else? Just slide into Motel 6. It's clean, comfortable, and always a steal. Good one, Coach.
We'll leave the light on for you in Accor Hotel.
Is your nest egg in shape for retirement? Objective financial advice can help. A.G. Edwards, for more than 118 years, fully invested in our clients.
Sunday night baseball from Cleveland, and the Texas Rangers with their 6-run 7th inning, holding a 7-4 lead as we go to the 9th inning. Coming up, Sports Center on ESPN, John Anderson and Steve Levy to bring you the day in sports, including the Sunday night conversation with Curt Schilling. And one of the topics he touched on was Barry Bonds. Kobe, some excitement tonight in the NBA playoffs. A great finish for Kobe and the Lakers there. And the NFL Draft Day 2. Highlights, all and more on SportsCenter, including the full day in Major League Baseball. Here is Fernando Cabrera, just back from the disabled list. Cabrera, we saw him opening night in Chicago, and he wasn't throwing well. He was walking people, and it turns out he just wasn't right. He was hurting. There's Aaron Boone, stays in to play third base.
BC thing and translate it over to Cordero here, and then if you want.
And there is a called strike to Gary Matthews from Fernando Cabrera. And you heard Peter Gammons is here with us tonight. Should we check in with Peter, see what's going on down there?
Sounds like
because Peter, he sits in the good seats down there, not like you and me way up here in the middle of nowhere. And Matthews late on that fastball, a 95-mile-an-hour heater from Fernando Cabrera. Matthews, then Michael Young and Mark Teixeira. And guess what? When the Rangers caught up and then passed the Clevelands in the 7th inning, guess who got the big hits to tie the game and then put them ahead? Michael Young and Mark Teixeira. That ball high in the air, deep into right center field, and that ball is a home run. Gary Matthews' first hit of the night, and now it is 8-4 Texas. And with these two slugging lineups and all of the offense we've had here, that is the first home run of the night.
You know what? It's interesting there, John, is he has been having trouble with the high fastball all night. He missed a high fastball to go down 2 strikes, but he takes this high fastball and hits it out of the ballpark. He struck out in the first inning on a high fastball, and he's been swinging through the high fastball, but found one he liked and hit it over the right field wall.
Second home run of the year for Matthews. Here is Michael Young. That's a soaring pop-up. Martinez stayed with it. Wind was playing some tricks with it. Michael Young's only had one hit tonight, 1 for 5, but his one hit was a 2-run single in the 7th inning that tied the game.
Let's take a look at Gary Matthews' swing. Watch this, a high pitch, high fastball, and he goes up and gets it and hits it out, but he's been having trouble with this pitch here all night long, the high fastball. And man, he cranks that one.
That's the way his dad used to do it.
Yeah,
his dad used to do it right-handed.
Yeah.
His dad had a lot of power.
Yeah, one of my favorite all-time teammates, too. He gave me things I could say on there, like slide piece, you know, dead red, you know.
So Gary Matthews was slide piece?
That was him. I got that from Gary Matthews.
I thought you invented that.
Nah, I can't take credit for it.
Well, which one did you invent?
Well, you know, a few, but that one is his, slide piece.
Yeah. You invented, I'm busy.
Well, I brought you the big fly.
That's true.
Yeah.
Yeah, thanks a lot for that.
All right.
2-1 now to Teixeira. Teixeira hit a double to put the Rangers ahead in the 7th inning. They were behind 4-1 going into that inning. And that's back out of play. And the Rangers really feel like they could win the West.
Right.
I mean, not many people outside their organization maybe are picking them to do that. But Buck Showalter did point out today, he said, you know, the Angels lost. He says, we're actually tied for first right now. And if they win this game, they will be in first place. This is even though they started the year 2-7. You know, which I'm sure had people around the country saying, well, same old Rangers. But maybe not. Because with a win tonight, they'll have gone 11-5 since that poor start. Strike 3, and Teixeira is gone on a slide piece. That's out number 2. We heard from Peter Gams a little bit earlier, and Peter is downstairs. Peter.
Well, John, one of the things I find out is the Indians really trace the injuries of both Cabrera and Rafael Betancourt to their pitching in and then sitting around in the WBC. And they talk to the Rangers. They say, hey, Francisco Cordero pitched winter ball for the first time in years, tried to get ready too fast for the WBC, and ended up getting injured. And you look around baseball, Johan Santana and Jose Silva, Escobar, Colon, Jake Peavy. There are about 25 pitchers around baseball that have either struggled or been hurt. But really, most of their teams trace them back to injuries or problems related to trying to get ready to pitch too fast or not pitching when they sat around during the WBC.
Well, that is interesting, although wasn't all the pitchers who pitched in the WBC, but that is a large number. 1 ball, 1 strike to Phil Nevin, who had a 2-run double that lengthened their lead. That capped off the 6-run rally in the 7th. So all the big sluggers for the Rangers, Young, Teixeira, Nevin in that rally, that's their only hit of the night. And it came at just the right time. That slider misses. 2-2 the count. I enjoyed the WBC though, and I was happy to see it.
I did too. I enjoyed it very much so.
And there's the man Otsuka, who got the save in the championship game for Japan, Team Japan against Cuba, which we covered right here on ESPN. There is that wasn't Otsuka warming up right there, though. That is Joaquin Benoit. See, that's sure I've been keeping track with the hockey. You know. Benoit. So Nevin strikes out, but Matthews launches a home run, and now it is a 4-run lead for the Texas Rangers as we head to the last half of the 9th. Last chance for Cleveland as Matthews launches his 2nd big fly of the year. Blake, Sizemore, Hollinsworth, Peralta do 4th, Hafner 5th. Cleveland needs a big rally.
Free Bud Light with every wedding.
Hey, baby, let's get married.
Oh, Cedric!
Dear friends, we are gathered here today to do this thing. So, do you?
I do.
How about you? Do you?
Where's the beer?
Yes, there you go.
Refreshingly smooth Bud Light. Always worth it.
I do.
Dave. What's he doing?
Their first wireless bill comes today.
Dead man walking!
With T-Mobile, families always get more. Now families get the most whenever minutes and unlimited in-network calling.
T-Mobile, get more minutes.
Here we go now. Last of the ninth inning, last chance for the Cleveland Indians. It will be Casey Blake, the ninth hitter. And Grady Sizemore and Todd Hollinsworth due up. And they need 4 runs to stay alive in this game. Tomorrow, the Red Sox and the Yankees on ESPN. 7 o'clock Eastern, 4 Pacific. Also available in high definition on ESPN HD. Tim Wakefield, the knuckleballer, will go for Boston against Chin Ming Wang. That's tomorrow night at 7 from Fenway Park. And Johnny Damon returns to Fenway. Chapter 1. 7 Eastern, 4 Pacific tomorrow on ESPN. You're not driving out there for that one?
No, I'm not doing that one. I'll wait till till Boston comes to Yankee Stadium.
There's Joaquin Benoit here in the ninth inning in relief of Alfonseca. And the Rangers bullpen has done well tonight. This is not a rule book save situation, although you might forgive Buck Showalter right now if he ignores the distinction, you know.
If he thinks it is.
How about the Dodgers today in San Diego? They had a 5-run lead, from what I'm told, in the ninth inning. The Padres, in a 5-game losing streak, only scored 5 runs in the 5 games. And they got 5 in the bottom of the ninth to tie the game, and they won it in extra innings. There's a strike. 0-2 the count to Casey Blake, who has walked and scored a run. He has gotten an RBI with an infield out and has flied out to shallow right. There's Grady Sizemore on deck. 8-4 Texas. Rangers have come in and they've done some pretty heavy hitting in 3 days, considering they're the visiting team. 1-2 now. Benoit threw that one at 96 miles an hour. Another guy throwing smoke in there. The Rangers in the 3 games of this series now have scored 21 runs. Well, the Rangers, pretty good weekend on the road. Ooh, a high hard one on the inside. Strike 3. 1 away. Sports Center right after the game. Stay tuned. Next Sunday we will be in Philadelphia. The Phillies and the Giants. Giants with Moises Alou started the day 2nd in the National League in RBIs. Getting behind Barry Bonds. Bonds was walked intentionally this week 3 times, Joe. And Moises Alou had a grand total of 8 runs batted in just in the at-bats after Bonds was walked intentionally. That's a base hit. Past the Gold Glove of Mark Teixeira. Sizemore has his 2nd hit, and it's the 3rd time he's been on base. Which is a pretty good night for a leadoff man. Now Hollinsworth against a right-hander. Remember, Hollinsworth was a last-minute insertion replacing Jason Michaels, who had flu-like symptoms. And Hollinsworth is 0 for 4 in this game. He got in there against a guy he'd never had a hit against in his career, Padilla. He went 0 for 3 against him. He's 0 for 15 lifetime now. Then he was facing a lefty, and he almost never faces lefties. This is a spot where they actually might have used him. So we'll see how he does. And there's ball 1. Now, if Hollinsworth could get aboard, all of a sudden Cleveland would start having visions of something happening, because they'll have Peralta, then Hafner, Victor Martinez. They'll have the big guys coming up.
Beautiful changeup.
1-1. There is the actual Akinori Otsuka, right now the closer for the Texas Rangers.
And the reason he's been moving that position, John, is he's been throwing the ball exceptionally well.
And he did some closing for Team Japan in the WBC. No ill effects, not on the disabled list. No injuries. 2-1 the count to Todd Hollandsworth.
A little tardy on that one.
2-2. A high fastball, and Hollandsworth could not catch up to it. Benoit, the 2-2 countdown. Benoit was both a reliever and a starter last year for Texas, but they reworked that starting rotation. Only one guy from the rotation last year is still in it. Cameron Lowe. 2-2. Runner at first, 1 out. Too low, and it is a full countdown. 3-2. Sizemore got a 1-out single. Now it's 3-2 to Todd Hollandsworth. White Sox come in tomorrow here in Cleveland for 2 tomorrow night, Tuesday afternoon. Tuesday afternoon, that's when Cleveland will activate CC Sabathia from the disabled list. They've been missing the guy who was their #1 starter.
So his last 2 starts will be against the White Sox.
It started opening night on ESPN in Chicago, and got hurt in that game.
Yeah. But when I talked to him today, he said it felt great, and he's definitely looking forward to it.
He'll be up against Mark Burnley, a rematch of opening night. Thursday, he pitched in a rehab assignment for AAA Buffalo through 75 pitches. Eric Witz, before the game tonight, told us that he thought CC should be able to go up to 100 pitches on Tuesday. 3-2 the count. Benoit will try it again. And Hollandsworth fights it off. 3-2. Cleveland a little short-handed tonight. They've been going with 13 pitchers, only 4 men on the bench. Wedge lost one of those, Jason Michaels, with the flu-like symptoms. So really had a 2-man bench, because you don't ever want to use your backup catcher just in case. 3-2. We're going to try it again. Benoit to Hollandsworth. Wilkerson, plenty of room. Out number 2. So Benoit wins that duel. And it was a long one. A lot of pitches thrown right there. So it comes down now to Johnny Peralta, who will try and keep the Indians alive and get their cleanup hitter, Travis Hafner, up there. Peralta tonight, 1 for 4. He had the 1 hit, a clutch 2-out RBI single in the 3rd inning, but he struck out every one of his other at-bats. And there's Hafner, hoping to bat. Runner at first, 2 down. There goes the runner, Sizemore, and he goes into second base uncontested. And they won't give him a steal for that, Joe. They say it was defensive indifference.
Okay. I don't want to get in a long argument about that.
No. We've had that argument many times.
Exactly.
And it's not even an argument. We're both arguing
together.
Yeah.
Right.
And we're both arguing on the same side.
Yeah.
He took second base, give him a steal. There was a tactical advantage to it.
Yeah. The reason he moved over there is to avoid the force out.
And let's say Peralta hits one into the hole at short.
Right.
The only real play for the shortstop might be that force out at second
base. Yeah.
Doesn't have that option now.
If you want to keep that option intact, hold him at first base.
So it's not exactly like they're just indifferent.
No.
And that's a little too high.
Well,
for a long time in baseball, it was a steal.
Exactly.
So a lot of guys have a lot of steals like that, right?
That's the other part of it, I guess, that bothers me, is that we changed the scoring for this and that when a lot of guys took advantage of that.
3-0 the count. That's a strike on the outside. 3-1 to Peralta. Well, and the other thing is sometimes I see that rule incorrectly applied.
Exactly. That's the other part of it.
I mean, this, I think, is where they intended that.
Right. This is exactly the way they intended.
3-1 the count. And this should do it. Kevin Mensch. And the Texas Rangers win the ball game 8-4. They come to Cleveland and take 2 out of 3 from the Cleveland Indians. Tonight they do it coming from behind in the late innings. They turn the tables. It's happened to them a few times already, and now they do it to Cleveland. The Rangers 8, Cleveland 4. Vicente Padilla, another win. Jason Davis takes the loss. We'll see you next Sunday in Philadelphia. Giants and Phillies. Up next is Sports Center. Now for Joe Morgan, Peter Gammons, and Sam Ryan. This is John Miller. Thanks for tuning in tonight from Cleveland. We hope you enjoyed the telecast. This has been a presentation of ESPN, the worldwide leader in sports.
Bryant inside. It's good. This is Sports Center.
Last licks before the Yanks and Sox first showdown of the year at Fenway. Who looks ready and why Curt Schilling's throwing high heat at Barry Bonds? OT buzzer beater thriller in L.A. And can LeBron bring the Cavs one win closer to round 2? The Bulls turn up the heat on Miami. Plus, the big names learn their fate Saturday. Why day 2 of the NFL draft could determine how well your favorite team really did.